अभी चार्ट मतलब आपकी डिस्काउंट की वैल्यू कंफर्म है, आपकी लास्ट सेटिंग पैरामीटर, ये सारी वैल्यूज कर सकते हैं। सो मच मैंने कहा वो फिर मुझे यहाँ पे मिल नहीं सकती। दूसरा हमें जॉब मार्केट पेपर इंट्रोड्यूस करना होता है, अगर 3 चैप्टर हमें लिखने हैं उसमें से एनी ऑफ देम टू बी और जॉब मार्केट पेपर, तो वो जॉब मार्केट पेपर अगर मैं पाकिस्तान की इकोनॉमी में करती तो वहाँ पे उसकी एक्सेप्टेंस मुझे क्लियरली मेरे सुपरवाइजर ने बताया कि टू वर्क ऑन डीएनसी ऑन पाकिस्तान first question would be the values of the parameter. If you are able to satisfy the audience कि हाँ मुझे मिल गई तो कहाँ से मिली, कहाँ से तुमने जनरेट एग्जैक्टली, और रिजल्ट भी फिर लाइव और अभी रिसेंटली 2007 में जो सर्च मैजिक पे नोबेल प्राइज मिला था, तो मैं उस मॉडल से बड़ा इंस्पायर हुई। यस आई यूज सर्च मैजिक इन डीएसजी मॉडल, तो फिर मैंने उसके मॉडल डेवलप किया है ऑन द जॉब। बस मेरा चैप्टर है वो एम्पिरिकल है, ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ फर्स्ट चैप्टर आई डेवलप डीएसजी मॉडल सर्च मैजिक, and in third I'm doing Ramsey optimal. Oh, this is the continuation of like. Oh, that was related to the gender gap because this conference, you know, related to the employment and gaps in education. So that was related to my that topic, gender gap in education and employment. Source of that is quantitative, which is actually needs and expectations from the exactly.
म्यूट पार्टिसिपेशन अनम्यूट जंक्शन की कर दी
हमें ड्रॉप करने वाली जल्दी हो गई है, तो ड्रॉप करने वाली ने कहा मेरे यूनिवर्सिटी पहुंचना है तो फर्स्ट डे है तो ड्रॉप, मैं चलो मैं पानी भाई ड्रॉप ही कर जाओ। जैसे मैसेज के जैसे निकाले आपको दिए जैसे ये पहुंच रहे हैं और ट्रैफिक की वजह से ना
हां अनम्यूट नो अनम्यूट तो
ट्रैफिक को पता नहीं होता
नहीं आ रहे हैं मैसेज आया
ओके जब हम मैसेज नहीं हो सकता
Peter used to say, "We'll wait till so it's
Hello, hello.
Hello, mic check. Hello, testing. Hello, hello. Hello, mic check.
एक मिनट अब बोलिएगा।
Hello, mic check. Hello, testing. Hello, mic check. Hello, mic check. Hello, hello, hello. हो गया?
जी ठीक है। नहीं जी, वो डिले है तकरीबन, होता रहता है लाइव स्ट्रीम 12 सेकंड का तो कम से कम होता है। 12 सेकंड का तो कम से कम होता है।
12 सेकंड बहुत डिले है यार।
दूसरा जो है ना,
इसमें ऑप्शन है कि तो होल्ड बनी उसका कंट्रोल लूप है। हां ये
डिकेट ज्यादा करना पड़ता है ना उसका।
अच्छा मैं कहता तो बताऊं
वो नॉर्मल ही रखा हुआ है डिफॉल्ट में। नहीं ठीक आप मैम की सीट पर एक बोला वो प्रिंट कर
हाँ इसमें है मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन
मिली
हाँ वो यूएसपी
औज़ु बिल्लाहि मिनश शैतानिर रजीम बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर रहीम कुल हुवल्लाहु अहद अल्लाहु समद लम यलिद व लम यूलद व लम यकुल लहू कुफुवन अहद. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated so that we can start our session. We are already getting late. आज का जो हमारा सेशन है वो क्लाइमेट चेंज पे है एंड थोड़ा सा मैं इसका वो बताऊं कि क्लाइमेट चेंज इज अ डिफाइनिंग इशू ऑफ आवर टाइम एंड वी आर एट अ डिफाइनिंग मोमेंट फ्रॉम शिफ्टिंग वेदर पैटर्न्स दैट थ्रेटन फूड प्रोडक्शन टू राइजिंग सी लेवल्स दैट इंक्रीज द रिस्क ऑफ कैटास्ट्रोफिक फ्लडिंग. The impact of climate change are global in scope and unprecedented in scale. Without drastic action today, adapting to these impacts in the future will be more difficult and costly. Our technical research presentations are focused on this very theme. I would like to introduce the chair of this session, Dr. Rehana Siddiqui. Please, Dr. Rehana. Professor Dr. Rehana Siddiqui is the current Joint Director of Pakistan Institute of Development Economics, Islamabad. She has an MSc in Economics from Quaid-e-Azam University, MSc, MPhil and PhD Economics from Columbia University. Her field of specialization include economic growth, environmental economics, human resource development, and applied economy. She has 60 publications and has contributed to 4 leading books. Her educator experience includes teaching MS, MPhil, and PhD students. She also has membership and fellowships in various distinguished professional societies, internal and national. I would also like to introduce the session co-chair and discussant, Professor Dr. Usman Mustafa. So we are pleased to announce that Gohar Fatma, जिनका आपने कल पेपर सुना, she is the co-chair for today's session
and discussion
also.
उस्मान की सेहत के लिए दुआ
अच्छा, he is not feeling well.
ओपन हार्ट सर्जरी होने जा रही है.
अल्लाह उनको
जी.
सेहत नसीब. हमारे पास जो आज टेक्निकल प्रेजेंटेशन है, मिस्टर सबाहत हुसैन
He's here.
Okay. He is from Population Council Islamabad, and his topic is the triggering effects of climate change in Sindh, risks, resilience, and adaptation responses. Please, Mr. Sabat. हमारे पास 5 प्रेजेंटर्स हैं और सबके लिए 10 मिनट्स हैं, तो अपने टाइम का बड़ा ख्याल रखिएगा क्योंकि हम ऑलरेडी थोड़ा लेट है. प्लीज. मिस्टर सैयद मोहम्मद अमार. Okay. Mr. Naveed Arhan. Naveed Arhan. नहीं आए, फिलहाल नहीं आए. Miss Samia Shah. Miss Anisa Riaz. नहीं आए.
ये जो है शायद आ जाएगा सुविधा शुरू कर देना.
Please, Mr. Sabahat Hussain.
जी जी. सोए होता है. मैंने
Yes, Assalamualaikum and good morning. My name is Sabah Hussain. I'm a program officer working for the Population Council. So today I'll be presenting a case study. I mean, it's based on a qualitative research which we had conducted in Sindh province. So we have actually a team working on the climate change research in Population Council. So this was a field, after the COVID, it was a very difficult field work at the time of COVID, following the SOPs and stuff. And we have a team, we have Mohammed Saab and all people sitting here who were part of collecting this data. So actually we had published a report 2 months back. And based on this qualitative data, we have structured a case study. So some background regarding our research paper. So I'll be presenting on the Sindh province, which is actually characterized by different climatic zones. And today I'm focusing on 3 climatic zones. So one is the desert areas of the Sindh province, and the second one is the green belt area, and the third one is the coastal areas. So we had selected an area called KT Bandar in Thatta province. So in Thatta district, and the second district is Umarkot. The climate triggers, I mean, we are facing in Sindh, I mean, based on our focus group discussions and in-depth interviews, we found that people are talking about these severe sea intrusions, cyclones, severe droughts, heat waves, and intense floodings. According to the World Bank, the annual mean temperature in Sindh has increased over 5 degrees. Number of heat days per year has increased nearly 5-fold in the last 30 years. The sea level has risen approximately 10 centimeters in the last century. Over 50 million population of Sindh is actually vulnerable to the climate change impacts. In 2000 floods, there were about 1.7 million acres of crops were damaged in the province of Sindh. So just quickly showing some evidence of climate change. The climate change is happening in Sindh province. So here are the temperature trends. The minimum temperature, this graph is showing the trend for each month. So this is the trend for the year 1961 to 1990. When we compare it with the 1991 to 2020, so we can clearly see the difference between the first year and the second group. So definitely there's a rise in temperature in Sindh province. This slide is for the mean temperature. Again, here we can see the difference between the 2 time periods. And again, here is the maximum temperature trends. So we can see that, I mean, the maximum temperature for each month in 1960 to 1990 is lower. And recently, I mean, currently during 1991 to 2020, the temperature has increased in Sindh. So this trend line shows that there is definitely an increase in the average annual temperature since 1990. This is the average maximum temperature for Sindh. So we have used the World Bank data, the climate change knowledge portal micro data to do this analysis, to show some background analysis. Here are the trends of the precipitation in trends. I mean, we can see in the July and August that, you know, the temperature, the precipitation has decreased. For example, in July, like 60 mm to 47 mm. These are the reasons that we are having the drought situation in Sindh due to the decrease in precipitation. So here are the average trends of the precipitation trends. Of course, they are fluctuating, but the trend line is actually kind of going downwards. This is the, I mean, just a snapshot I took from the Google Earth Pro, which shows the difference between Yeah, 1984 and 2020. So we can see the impact of sea intrusion, which is eating the land in the Thata. So here we can see the impact. Methodology, I mean, yeah, we have just selected 2 districts and 4 communities. The 4 communities, 2 each from Umarkot and Thata. So there were 16 informant interviews and 8 focus group discussions. Quickly moving towards the findings, the 2 districts are actually facing the triggering effects of climate change according to the perceptions, point of views of the communities. We found that, I mean, for example, in Thirta, floods sometimes jump out of the river Indus and destroy the agriculture and livelihoods of the local communities. For example, very recently in Umarkot in 2021, a rainfall destroyed crops, trees, and all the natural greenery, affecting the livelihoods of the communities. Uh, Due to sea intrusion, many freshwater flows have been reduced and converted into salty water, causing so many issues of safe drinking water availability. Just adding a quotation in the last line, a fisherman from the KT Bandar says the sea was almost 70 to 80 kilometers away, and now it's just 2 to 3 kilometers away from his house. These are the perceptions of the communities which we interviewed in the focus group discussions. For example, the community of Umarkot is sure about the impacts of climate change, and they believe that there could be any uncertain event in near future. The participants of FGDs in all communities report that there's a fear of disaster has increased many times, so they are very afraid of the events will happen in near future. For example, in desert area of the weather has changed over the last 20 years. There's a quotation from a participant in the focus group discussion says that we were not habitual of wearing slippers while going out of grazing our livestock. We used to go barefooted, but now due to hot land surface, we have to wear slippers even at 10 a.m. This is he was a person from the desert area of Umarkot, so he's reporting this. I mean, this is his perception that no, I mean, the heat waves are very severe and they are facing so many issues due to the increase in heat waves. And secondly, a coastal community, I mean, the people believe that summer temperature has rise from around 34 degrees to 45 degrees. And they also believe that winter temperature has gone down from 5 degrees to 12 degrees. A respondent expressed his point of view. He says that in the past we used to have tomatoes and chili crop for 5 to 8 months in a year, but now these crops cannot sustain for more than 2.5 months. So they believe that this is due to the intense sunlight they are having in their fields. These are the vulnerabilities actually reported by the community respondents, and they believe that their coastal areas due to thunderstorms, many villages have drawn, and it's also killing people, and especially the chopping of mangrove trees has caused rapid sea intrusion. According to a report, IUCN says that a
You've
mangrove.
got 2 minutes on.
Correct. So these two people are not here, so I hope I can take extra. All right. So in desert area, the summer dry hot winds are destroying crops, food deficiencies due to crop loss, deficiency of water for livestock, and due to extreme temperature, the water level is reduced. So these are the kind of vulnerabilities people are reporting, and they are saying we are uneducated, we have lack of health facilities, we do not have safe drinking water, and due to climate change, we are not able to have access to the fresh water. Because the sea intrusion has just kind of eaten their fresh water rivers. The communities report these kind of impacts on their daily lives. In 2021, an unexpected 11 days rain in Thata destroyed almost 95% of Italy, which we call it pond in Umarkot, chili and tomato crops getting affected by climate change. In Ketipanda, no more production of red rice, which used to be a great and product of these people. And discussion says in coastal areas, half of the agriculture discussion is due to say intrusion. The green belt communities, I mean, these are the two areas which we interviewed. I mean, the land, agriculture land area, the farmers reported now they are not able to grow crops such as wheat and cotton on time due to flood waters in their fields. So these are the impacts on health. People say that their health is, I mean, severely affected by climate change impacts such as droughts, floodings, and etc. And even people are even say they are forced to commit suicides due to these disasters and their outcomes. The female says there is no other option than committing suicide if their children remain hungry for 3 days at the time of disaster, especially in the desert area. Impact on education, children are getting out of schools after disasters, especially girls once they are dropped out. I mean, they are not able to join the school again because it's a matter of their cultures and the age factor which comes in. So they are not able to join schools again. Other social impact, droughts are kind of burning the houses of the local people. The fish production has decreased in the KT bundles. I mean, food consumption behavior very interestingly is changing due to climate change. For example, there's a shift from organic food towards commercial food because people used to have their own livestock. They used to use their butter, etc. Now they are going towards the commercial products such as the cheap oil and etc. Social norms are the hurdles in their way. Adaptations and some mitigation strategies which people are adopting. I mean, the foremost adaptation strategy is migration of the people, especially the men. They migrate from the desert areas to the city areas because they have lost their livestock and all the assets due to drought. So they are going to cities for interestingly, in Umarkot, there are two communities, Muslim and Hindu. Muslim communities, among Muslim, only men migrate, and among the Hindus, whole community migrates when they face a severe droughts. In third time, to mitigate the loss, farmers are obtaining loans from banks. So these are different kind of adaptation strategies. They are just changing their behavior of doing cultivations. So and farmers are moving towards new hybrid seeds to grow crops in a shorter period of time. Key informant interviews. There were 6 key informant interviews, and this is the second slide. So key informant interviews were just saying the same thing almost which the community people were saying. I mean, the same issues, same climate change triggers. I mean, same drought and floodings in the land area, and the same intrusion in the coastal areas are affecting people, and people are forced to move. And I mean, there are very severe issues. I mean, which the people are feeling like food insecurity and water shortages, due to which I mean people are severely affected, and they are, I mean, facing waterborne diseases and etc. Last slide. I mean, the findings I mean presented, I mean, communities in Sims living either in coastal areas, desert areas, or green belt areas, all are facing same kind of issues in terms of losing their livelihoods due to droughts and flooding, etc. And then they have to either migrate, or sometimes they have to sell their livestock, or sometimes they have to sell a part of their agricultural land to do a new cultivation in their remaining fields. So our study is also linked to some nation studies on the impacts of climate change. For example, Khan and Sarkar, this is one of a research monograph which Population Council had written recently based on, it has various chapters, and one was written by Dr. GM he is also here, and several other chapters which also look at the impact of climate change on people's lives. It also looks at the impact on urbanization, and every aspect of demography is being linked to the climate impacts in that monograph. Another was a study by Sattar et al. I mean, looks at the impact of climate change in Miyawali district. So, I mean, these studies were also showing the same kind of issues. I mean, impacts of climate change on livelihoods of. So most of the respondents reported the government is not taking interest to protect the livelihood sources. So, I mean, they are highly vulnerable to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sabar. Now may I call Mr. Syed Mohammed Ahmed from Comsat University, Islamabad. His topic is examining the impact of improved access to safe drinking water and sanitation on subjective well-being of adults in Punjab, Pakistan.
My name is Mohammed Umar from Comsat University, and this is the topic I'm going to be explaining today. This is co-authored by Dr. Shazad Bosser, who couldn't be here today. So just before I get into the topic, I think it's best if I explain the situation of water scarcity, sanitation, and subjective well-being, both around the world and in Pakistan. So water scarcity is such a big issue in the world. It's actually defined in Goal 6 of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Over 2 billion people in the world, according to the UN's 2018 statistic, live in countries experiencing high water stress. 700 million people worldwide could be displaced by intense water scarcity by 2030, especially due to the growing concern of climate change. In Pakistan, the situation is not any better. It's actually in South Asia, as you know, it's a particular issue. According to the UNDP, Pakistan is among the top 10 countries with the lowest access to clean water in their homes. Sanitation is another major issue. We've heard about sanitation issues in Bangladesh and India, and in Pakistan, the situation is almost as severe. Inadequate sanitation is related to a variety of illnesses, diarrheal illnesses. And in a 2017 report by the WHO finds that 45% of the global population does not have access to safe and sanitation services. In Pakistan, 2 in 5 people, according to UNICEF, lack access to hygienic sanitation infrastructure. And for women, this is a particular issue, with one study by UNICEF finding that 75% of women stay at home during menstruation due to inadequate sanitation infrastructure. So subjective well-being is the independent variable in our research, and what it basically refers to is happiness. Subjective well-being is a scientific term for happiness. We used life satisfaction in this study, and the reason for doing so, I mean, there are many ways we could be studying water access and sanitation, but in economics and in other social sciences, particularly nowadays, we're seeing a pivot towards better ways of measuring progress. So we're not seeing that just having a high GDP or having high income per capita is not associated with happiness. We have to see other ways. So this is one of the reasons behind why we chose subjective well-being. Also, if we look at the WHO's definition of what health is, it's not just about physical health, but it's also about social and mental well-being. And I think by studying happiness, it's kind of like a broad measure in which we can take into account all these other factors. So these are my research objectives, was mainly to analyze the impact of access to safe drinking water and sanitation on subjective well-being of women in Punjab and men in Punjab. We're seeing both at the community level and the individual household level. So the research tab, I think it's important to discuss what's already been done in Pakistan regarding these issues. So subjective well-being, as I said, it's a relatively new concept, at least in economics it is. And there are not enough studies focusing on this at the moment. I would have to reference one paper by Naveed et al., which is very similar to the study we conducted. they were studying the impact of irrigation water access in farming households in Faisalabad, and they were seeing its impact on the subjective well-being of farming households. So what our paper is doing, we're looking at not just farming households, we're looking at households both rural and urban, and we're trying to see if there's any disparity between adults in with women and men in Punjab. And it's also multi-level analysis, so we're looking at the household and community level, and we're using mixed 2017-2018 data set, which is quite large in sample size as well. So that's pretty much the same thing, the research hypothesis. And so moving on to the data, as I said, we used the mix. It's new impact. It's based on questionnaires. The questionnaires we used were regarding the water questionnaire and the men and women household questionnaires. The data was gathered from 53,000 households, making it quite a reliable source to use. So these are the three variable categories we used, which were independent variables used, a range of socioeconomic variables, age, marital status, and education level. Our household variables, our focus variables are concentrated. So from water access, we're studying pipe water access, drain spring water access, bottled water access, and then from sanitation, we're looking at improved sanitation. Family size and wealth quantiles were also taken into consideration, and at the community level, we're looking at improved sanitation. The dependent variable, as I mentioned earlier, is subjective well-being. So we use the multi-level mixed regression model. It's best suited for hierarchical data sets such as ours. It also allows us to see across multiple levels. Moving on to the results. So these are our main results, and what we found was quite interesting and not what you'd expect. So from the water access variables, we found that only piped and bottled water are significant variables, meaning that's what generally people rely on, or it's what contributes to their happiness. And improved sanitation, so these are the women's results, improved sanitation and at both the individual household level and the community level were found to be associated with high subjective well-being, meaning people who had access to improved sanitation, women were found to be happier. And from bottled and piped water, bottled water was found to be more significant in determining happiness. It was found that women who had access to bottled water were 1.4 times more likely to report being happy, and this is second only to piped water. Drain spring water and borewell water were not found to be significant. And if you look at the range of studies which show that the quality of our groundwater reserve, that's not surprising. It's not something a lot of people rely on due to analysis. So the results for our men, pretty much the same results. So not much different. There's not much difference except bottled water and piped water, same ratios we're seeing. But one notable difference we did see was in improved sanitation. So interestingly, while it was significant at the community level, at the household level, improved sanitation is not even a significant variable for men. And we'll discuss that ahead, but it's not surprising given that women have limited mobility. They have the added pressure of menstruation to worry about. They're also concerned. They're also largely based in the house. They're not going around. They cannot travel further to access sanitation facilities. So we can see that for men, this is not as big of a deal as it is for women. So to conclude the results. So it's interesting because I got this at a previous conference. People are asking, you know, and this is natural, many must be thinking this as well, that you don't need to run over regression to understand that people are unhappy if they don't have water access or sanitation access. But we have discovered a few interesting things that policymakers can take into consideration. One is the breakup of the water access sources. So bottled water access is most associated with happiness. It increases the likelihood the most, but it's also unaffordable for a large portion of our population. So if we can somehow make piped water the primary source we rely on and focus on making it widely available and clean enough for people to use for treatment purposes. That would be really great. And second is that it was our hypothesis to see if there was any disparity in men and women, and we did find so in terms of sanitation. And also, I cannot mention earlier because lack of time, and it's not the focus of my study, but wealth and education were also major determinants of life satisfaction. So if we're talking about our limitations, it would be very interesting if someone was willing to examine the impact in terms of wealth, particularly how it's impacting people of different socioeconomic levels. And this study was focused on young adults. Focusing on children could also be something to be considered. And this is also not reflective of all of Pakistan. I mean, of course, it's in the title that this is just Punjab, but it's the most populous province. But if we were to examine this in Sindh and Balochistan, we would find very different results, especially there are different cultural barriers and social barriers that could also impact and be included in the study. So the policy recommendations, well, we already know in terms of water access, there are the typical supply and distribution, supply and demand policies that we worked on, including expanding pipe water access, ensuring our pipes are maintained, because you would be surprised to know how much water is simply leaking out and being wasted. And for a country which is struggling with water scarcity, that's a huge problem. And in terms of sanitation, you can just follow the PAPs, Pakistan's approach to total sanitation. There's a whole, it's in detail, you can find information on PAPs online. But one thing I would like to add is that we need to put women front and center of all PAPs initiatives. So one of the key components of Pakistan's access to sanitation is setting goals and targets for TENSILs for achieving sanitation targets. So these are monetary incentives for districts to achieve total sanitation. And I think having targets separate for women could be very helpful. You know, they tend to get left behind, especially when we're looking at the community level. And in terms of water scarcity, I would also like to add that in developed countries and other developing countries, we're seeing investment in rain harvesting infrastructure and water recycling infrastructure. And in Pakistan, it's still lacking. And we would love to see that in the near future. So thank you. If there's any questions.
Thank you, Amar, for the wonderful presentation. Now I will call Ms. Samia Shah from Population Council, Islamabad. Her topic is Tawazun, New National Narrative on Population for Pakistan.
Assalamualaikum, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to be talking about an issue which is basically cross-cutting, and you can also say, because since we're talking about climate change here, is also one of the driving factors for climate change in Pakistan. And that issue, ladies and gentlemen, since you are at this population conference, you all know very well, is the rapid population growth in Pakistan. So how is it that we started our family planning program back in 1960s, and still we are looking at these figures? We are 221 million. We're likely to double by 2052. We've already talked about the water shortage challenge. Water is one of the top 10, and the table I checked, we were on third ranking there. We are losing 11,000 women, mothers dying due to pregnancy-related causes, and 4 out of 10 children are out of school in Pakistan under the age of 5. So now the question is that these figures are obviously not encouraging. And why is it that despite having universal knowledge of family planning, like people know that family planning exists, the uptake is very low, the CPR continues to be on a very lower side. Of course, there are supply side challenges. I'm sure you've talked about it in different sessions. But one of the very important aspects is that really, how are we talking about population and family planning in this country? What are the issues that prevent it from being more socially acceptable, that are barriers for its better social embedding? Now, this is very important. The narrative around population. What is it? How have we been talking about it? Why did we feel the need to change it? Even in the Supreme Courts, if you, I'm sure it must have been referred to here again and again, the Council of Common Interest passed these recommendations at the behest of suo motu notice by the Supreme Court in 2018. One of the recommendations here, among all very operational kind of based, is really related to advocacy and communications, because no matter how much supply you improve, if you're not going to have clients coming using that services, there's no point in having those increased supply, and that is very important. And this recommendation actually realized that fact that yes, we have not been talking about family planning properly in this country. It is the underlying challenge for all our challenges in Pakistan. So we really need to reframe population and family planning in this country. So under this recommendation, actually, before I move on to the process of it, I think it's very important to look at it, that why the need was felt to have a new narrative on population. That now there are two that I have highlighted, which somehow अभी तक हम लोगों के ज़हन में 2 बच्चे खुशहाल घराना अभी तक है, लोग अभी भी बात करते हैं उसी की। अच्छा, अब इसका क्या मसला था कि it was never internalized. 2 बच्चे, बहुत से लोग कहते हैं it is again, it is my right to decide the number of children I want. And then जो एक religious angle इसके around आ जाता है, हमारे कुछ studies हुई हैं, qualitative study, that men often quote religion as a reason for not taking up family planning. फिर उलमा और जो मौलवी हजरात हैं, उनकी तरफ से भी उसका एक सपोर्ट इस नैरेटिव की नहीं आई थी, बिकॉज हमारी तो थिंकिंग में ये है कि जी ये जो अल्लाह ने रिज़्क दिया हुआ है और ये एक गैर इस्लामी चीज होगी। और दूसरा, इनिशियली एक्चुअली, even though now most of the funding for family planning comes from the government, federal and obviously provincial, initially it was being driven by donors, Western donors. So it came to be sort of linked with the एक hidden agenda है to decrease the size of ummah in this country. So this really never internalized, it never got accepted socially. Then around 2015, Population Council ने इसी initiative में जो population seminar or conference हुई थी, उसमें उलमा को they got together and they actually agreed upon that yes, birth spacing is critical to save mothers and children's lives. आपने देखिए, our maternal mortality, our infant mortality is also equally bad. So that is religiously more acceptable, that saying that yes, waqfa, and it helps to save mother and child life. But the problem with this narrative is that it kind of, focuses family planning too narrowly in the health sector, which is very critical. But then it sort of ignores the other pervasive angles that population is having on our lives. So therefore, it was really important that we should broaden the narrative to capture the pervasive nature of the impact that the population dynamics have on other sectors. Like currently, आज अभी हम climate change की बात कर रहे हैं. So I've already sort of mentioned why did this narrative fail? Religious opposition seen as a Western agenda. And then very important over the years, this approach to family planning, matlab China one-child policy doesn't work. It's not acceptable worldwide over. It's based on rights-based family planning approach. ICPD agenda bhi hai that a couple has the right to decide the number of children and they should be enabled to exercise their reproductive health rights. And the terms like Khandani, Mansuba Bandi came to be really associated with sort of, negative connotations in our society. So therefore, no CPR, everybody has gone ahead of us, Bangladesh, India, Nepal, you name them. And we somehow failed at that. So Population Council, with the support of UNFPA, started working on developing the new narrative. So this sort of slide, I'll just quickly run through it because I don't want to overstep my time limit. That we carried out desk review, assessment of current family planning, communication strategies of PWD and health departments. Then we carried out a range of consultative meetings, which included legislators, religious leaders, government departments, political parties, and then also CSOs, marketing experts, media people, and influencers from the community level, even local government representatives. So we sort of had a wide-ranging discussion, and the outcome was the new narrative, which was actually, we could see that it could be it created that consensus that we were looking for, that it is acceptable. जैसे मौलवी साहब को acceptable है, उसी तरह political leader को भी acceptable है, society में, service provider में, हर angle से इस पे consensus होना चाहिए. So families, जो convergence, the point of convergence वो उर्दू का लफ्ज है तवाज़ुन, meaning balance. और उसमें आप देखिए कि फैमिली में एज इंडिविजुअल भी हम इससे रिलेट कर सकते हैं कि आप बात कर रहे हैं जब वेलबींग की, तो बैलेंसिंग फैमिली साइज, या मैं 2 बच्चों को पढ़ा सकती हूँ, 4 को नहीं पढ़ा सकती. That would naturally occur to me, and it would. This is how we thought it would relate to individual angles. The legislators, policymakers, they also thought, of course, this bigger at the macro level, the balance between population and resources in the country for better planning, for effective service delivery to the citizens. And of course, religious leaders being very important. Islam lays great emphasis on balance. I believe at least 11-12 दफा कुरान में तवाज़ुन या बैलेंस का लफ्ज डिफरेंट हवालों से इस्तेमाल हुआ है. अच्छा, ये थोड़ी सी जस्ट अ क्विक थिंग, पिक्चर्स ये जो हमारी वो हुई थी कंसल्टेशंस. सो नैरेटिव क्या बना? नैरेटिव जो है वो है parents have the right to freely and responsibly decide the number and spacing of their children to fulfill the fundamental rights of their children and family by maintaining a balance or tawazun between their family size and resources. The government and the society have the responsibility to facilitate parents to achieve this balance by providing universal access to family planning, information and services, thereby achieving sustainable development. Now, this narrative has 3 key points. Pehli baat hai rights ki. So we as citizens of this country have rights which have been guaranteed under Constitution. As Muslims, we have rights given in the Quran. And then hamari as global citizens, as part of the global community, Pakistan has certain international commitments as well. जिसके ऊपर ये सारे जो राइट्स का एंगल हमारा कवर होता है। उन राइट्स में जैसे ये आप देख सकते हैं राइट्स क्या हैं, राइट टू हेल्थ, न्यूट्रिशन, एजुकेशन, इवन लव एंड अफेक्शन। एंड इन राइट्स को फुलफिल करने के लिए all actors need to fulfill their responsibilities, and primarily इसमें क्या है, parents की responsibility जो कि अब मैंने बताया, to keep the balance between, and state has a very important responsibility, because only by ensuring services they can make sure that the parents are able to exercise their right effectively and by choice. So iske salient features, what are the salient features of this narrative? Number one, it is not prescriptive or coercive. Prescriptive se matlab, when you say do bacche, you are actually telling someone ke do bacche, right? So no, you don't tell anyone that. You don't have the right. What you tell people is that, you know, be responsible and then make a choice. Make a responsible choice. And coercive, obviously, you're not going to force anyone, and the state is going to provide information, and that particular individual or citizen is going to exercise that right. And like I already said, it is in line with the global voluntary family planning rights-based approach, and it conforms to the teachings of marital responsibility, that when you are ready to get married, then go on and go into this marriage. And then I think a couple of which I don't quote here, which would sort of help to highlight that how balance is embedded in our religion, which constantly calls upon us to follow the middle path. So once this narrative was developed, very important that it should get officially endorsed by all the key stakeholders. First, of course, the Federal Task Force, which, by the way, was formed under the Supreme Court's directions and under the CCI recommendations. It is headed by President Alvi, and so it was approved by the Federal Task Force. Likewise, the provincial task forces also approved it. Council of Islamic Ideology also endorsed the narrative. So it all got, from the official quarters, it got all the approvals and necessary integration of this concept theme of Tawazun can be seen in different official documents. I've just displayed a few. This postal stamp actually was issued on the theme of Tawazun last year, and it was, I think, back in 1960 that any postal stamp was issued on the on population. And then Government of Pakistan's 23rd March advertisements had the tagline ki zindagi mein tawazun lana hum sabki zimmedari hai. You could see KP ne bhi used kiya, and there you could see in the corner Sindh government had also adopted that narrative. And the point is that this narrative is not a slogan. It just gives you a broad theme, and each province has the liberty to tweak it according to their own to their own cultural context. And so that is one part of the stakeholders. The other, so I thought that I would share it, that, for example, Population Council, we collaborated with Shahzad Roy. We developed the lyrics, and he sang a very nice song. I don't have time to play it, otherwise we would have liked it. Then we also use social media influencers to propagate, because this is the way forward. Is also this. It has to be repeated, hammered in, and echo chamber has to be created, that it is constantly heard from all stakeholders, because it's embedding, its acceptability, it will take time. So this social media platform used this, like, life mein balance zaruri hai, ya zindagi mein balance out na ho jaye. These are the terminologies, and then you can see one of the we had a poster competition on Tawazun, and one of the art students made that painting. And Geo Television also carried out a campaign on that, and they also used this. So like I said, what's the way forward? Way forward, very important. Government, private sector, health practitioners, civil society, media, we all have the responsibility to use and promote this narrative in our own context. Otherwise, it will fizzle away. It will not create that impact. And for that impact to happen, we have to remain consistent and think long term. And obviously more catchy and interesting slogans should be developed, can be developed by creative agencies and whoever wants to sort of express it in a different way. So in conclusion, I would like to conclude with this verse from the Holy Quran, I think, which sort of really brings out this concept of tawazun very well. And he raised the heaven and established the balance. Do not transgress the balance. You shall establish justice. Do not violate the balance. So ladies and gentlemen, that is the key. That is, we are transgressing balance. That's why our Mother Earth is suffering and we are not maintaining balance. That's why Pakistan is where we are. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Saima, for your tawazun.
आज तीन ही है सर, दो जो स्पीकर्स थे they couldn't make it, तो उन्होंने पहले परमिशन दी।
ओके, तो हम पहले सवाल जवाब ले लें या डिस्कशन? ओके, Dr. Gohar Fatma is going. Yes, we pray for that.
Actually, I am the discussion because of Dr. Usman need to come. So Dr. Usman was not here, so I'm just replacement of him. So there are 3 presentations actually, and all of them were very good. First 2 were related to the climate change. And the first presentation was very well structured. So just before going to give any discussion on these presentations, I want to congratulate to all of them who presented today. First presentation was related to the Sindh government and their improvement or their suggestions, how they are going to cope up the climate change problems. And I think presentation covered all the aspects which are related to the climate change and their effects on the human lives, specifically for the some rural areas of Sindh. Suggestions were also very good, which they have given. The only problem, like, those not the problem, the only suggestion which I want to give you on your way of explaining the results, that instead of using some qualitative data, if you use some quantitative data, which is now easily available on the WDI website. So on asking some questions to the people related to the climate change, that would not be the that would be an exact way, but if you use facts and figures, then you can get more results on that. This is only my suggestion on your keeping in mind your research topic. The second presentation was also very interesting. Very good. That was related to the subjective well-being, which is your dependent variable. Independent variables were also good, but the data which you used, that is like you did not explain much about the data. Maybe that was the lack of screen time and the model which you used. The question which you also raised, that how you can use the qualitative data by running the mixed regression model like these. So being economist, keeping in mind these things, like everybody can ask, like you are using qualitative aspects or qualitative data, and you are running regression model to calculate the subjective well-being. So subjective well-being is psychological, or you can say it's a measure it's a tool to measure the happiness.
Yeah.
So how can you calculate the measure, or how can you calculate that type of thing? So this just a bit explanation on that.
So should I can I tell?
Yeah, so that you can just explain in terms of your own words, like how you can calculate subjective well-being
using a qualitative data, and that is only could be measured through questionnaires. We can discuss it later on if you have some time, and some explanation on the model as well. So I also presented yesterday, and my model was also like it's a quite quantitative model with some variables where have some equations, and it was not easy to explain in one instance. In 10 minutes, it was not easy to explain, as you also didn't explain your variables. So if you could not explain your variables, then how can you explain your results in terms of the I think I'm becoming more critical, but just what I have seen. So, but the topic was I like your topic. It's a very good topic, and new researchers should also go for it. The third one, it's the dire need of our country. I also presented just yesterday that education for the woman is the core issue. Like if you will educate your woman, she will participate in the labor force. She would not have time to increase the number of sites of the family. That is the only solution you can say. Also, educated women have more knowledge about family planning. It's not easy to give information about family planning to a layman woman. Like if she's not literate. You spend hours and hours to her to explain everything. When she go back home, there would be someone that, okay, we will see it. But there is no actual implementation of all these things. So solution is provision of education to the female in terms of educated, give them some education on the family planning. I have seen from my around, like we can also see from last many years, number of size is decreasing. But as from since 70, 60 years, the size of families were increasing. So it will give some results maybe in coming years. 2, 3, like that is a good thing. Everyone is following that. We all are women who are here, and we all are, I think, not more than 2 or 3 or 4. So that's why we are not increasing number of size of family, because we are working. We have some limitations on that. Religious aspect is also there, and the Pakistan, which is also not going in the list of developed countries. Last 3 years, the adverse economic situation of countries in front of everyone. So population is a core issue, and from my point of view, being economist, only suggestion is provision of education to the female leads to decrease the population size. So well done, those who presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohan. Education of women, women empowerment, and male involvement are the key issues, I think.
Yeah.
Now I'll ask our chair to please.
Okay, अगर किसी को शौक है
Dr. Sataj, that's very encouraging.
Well, my question is relatively short-term in nature. I would like to know how COVID situation has affected family structure in Pakistan and how it has impacted the environment in Pakistan.
I have a comment rather than a question.
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Maqsood Sadiq. I am from Population Council. I have a comment rather than a question. सब presentation बहुत अच्छी थी. मैं ये बात कि आपका वर्क जितना भी अच्छा हो, अगर आपकी presentation जो है impressive नहीं है, तो ऑडियंस के ऊपर इतना बेहतर असर नहीं होता. मैं सईद अहमद ने प्रेजेंटेशन तैयार की, उनका टॉपिक बहुत अच्छा था, बहुत उन्होंने मेहनत की, लेकिन उनकी प्रेजेंटेशन जो है वो कम से कम मैं तो एक लफ्ज भी नहीं पढ़ पाया हूँ उस पर से. तो ये इन्होंने आगे मतलब यू आर यंग स्कॉलर, आपने इंटरनेशनल फोरम्स पे जाना है, दूसरे फोरम्स पे जाना है, तो कम से कम थोड़ा सा ये भी एक आर्ट है प्रेजेंटेशन को तैयार करना. ठीक है, इसकी तरफ भी तवज्जो दें और ताकि आप बेहतर तरीके से अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन को तैयार करें कि कम से कम कुछ ना कुछ पढ़ा जा सके. थैंक यू.
जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम everyone. मैंने 3 दिन बहुत सब्र किया, आज मुझसे सवाल रोके नहीं गए, जिस वजह से ask a few questions. So I have 2 questions, one for Samya, the first one on the population narrative. General disclaimer, I'm a big fan of the narrative. I think it does capture all the technical and guideposts and milestones that you need to build into any kind of behavior change communication approach. But I do have one concern that I would like to have more clarity on. And maybe you can provide it, maybe you can't right now, but it's just something that I think needs to be out there. So first of all, when I see the population narrative as it's there, for me, it makes conceptual sense. And I believe I have the critical consciousness to be able to make sense of what it says. Also, it's a great policy level guide, which sets the tone of how the government and the state approaches family planning, or even facilitating people to choose their family size. My only concern for that is when we use the word balance, or when we use the word rights, for individuals, and keeping in mind that we live in a society which has created very systemic modes of oppression and suppressing critical thought, especially amongst women. Let's not even talk about children and adolescents.
Dr. Zahir, is it a question?
Gigi, I'm getting there. Okay. My question to that is, for the individual, from the discipline of behavior change, we know that in order to promote a particular behavior, it needs to be very specific for the individual in time, place, action, and context. How much risk do we face in not defining specificity for individuals based on the narrative in terms of making the behavior too ambiguous to follow? How much of it is open to interpretation from very subjective understandings? For my balance might be very different from your balance. A person who's got a lot of money might say, I can have 10 children and be very balanced, but it's not balanced for the environment. And thirdly, how do we then translate it into individual level cues to action and messages? That's something that it's still something I'm struggling with. I've been using the national narrative, so I would like some guidance on maybe how the creators of the narrative envisioned it being translated into those behavior change messages. So that's my question for you. I will ask another question from Amar. Could you spend a couple of minutes just describing how you conceptualized and measured subjective well-being? Because I saw a lot of observed variables and measured variables there rather than any latent variable modeling, etc. Because these kind of measures are very subjective, subject to measurement error. So how did you account for the measurement error in subjective well-being? So 2 questions. Thank you.
I have a question from Mr. Amar, and that he uses.
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Nazar. I am from MS Economics 2020. So my question is that he uses 2 variables. One was tangible and the other was intangible. So the tangible variable was water, and the intangible was subjective well-being. So if we measure subjective well-being and we ask from people whether they are happy or not, and whether they are satisfied from life. So if you are a person and they don't know you, so my opinion is कि वो आपको कहीं ये कहेंगे कि yes I'm happy, मैं तो खुश हूँ. तो वो how they describe you that you are happy or not, and जो लोग happy हैं भी और वो भी शायद मेरे उस टाइम पे उस मोमेंट पे happy ना हो, तो वो ही कहेंगे I'm not happy. तो कैसे आपने रिलेट किया, कैसे टैकल किया इस प्रॉब्लम को?
I think after question.
आपको अंदाजा हो गया होगा कि हैप्पीनेस कितना मुश्किल सब्जेक्ट है.
Yes, so happiness economics in general, this is not something I invented or anything. We basically use the Cantor ladder. So what the Cantor ladder is in the questionnaire survey, what they do is that questionnaire के पे एक ladder बना हुआ होता है, ठीक है, उसके steps होते हैं, 10-step ladder होता है. So they basically tell the participants to rate themselves on the ladder in terms of ladder satisfaction. How satisfied do you feel? So where do you see yourself on the ladder? So if a person is very satisfied or they feel that their life is, a good life, they'll rate themselves on the 8th rung of the ladder or the 9th rung of the ladder. So what we did is that we turned it into a binary variable. So from 0 to 5 is low satisfaction, and we coded that as 0. And then from 5 to 10, we considered high satisfaction, we coded that as 1. So that's how we converted intangible concepts into rectangible concepts. And the same with primary education and wealth quantiles, they were similar. Everything was given. The mixed questionnaires are very detailed. So it provides a very good base to make these variables binary and workable.
But there are many other variables which are affecting happiness.
Yeah.
अगर आपने सिर्फ कोई क्वेश्चन है उन्होंने बताया कि I'm happy, so maybe वो happy शायद वैसे हो, शायद वो happy जब education से हो, so why water?
Well, that's what the regression tells us. So like as you saw, some of the variables were not significant, such as undrained spring water. They were not found to be associated with happiness and things. So yeah, so that's why we run the regression to find the relationship with the dependent variables. So I hope that answers your question.
हाथ में बोतल पकड़ी तो अच्छी लगता है
बोतल में क्या है?
सर शहद है, शहद है।
Okay,
I think let's have a little discussion on this outside. I also want to talk about this. So let's do this after.
आप टी ब्रेक में ज़्यादा कंसंट्रेट क्वेश्चन पे करें.
I will just sort of quickly respond because so from what I gather from your whole point here is that you're trying to understand that how this narrative can be made more specific to the needs of different individuals, right? So my question to your question is that you think, of course, we've agreed do bachche khushhal gharana failed, right? That's why, right? So you think when you say specific, you are saying because agar do bachche tha, to at least we were being specific. We were being specific, right? So in that case, that specificity that we had did not really bring about that individual change that you think should have brought out, because if specific is the main concern, then that was already very much specific.
Well,
so
specificity of behavior.
Right. So specific. Okay. What? Okay. Now this is okay. This is going to be a bit complex here. So behavior.
Thank you, Zaid. I think you've asked a good question. Let me respond to that. Actually, the narrative is basically describing what is the stance of the government of Pakistan with regards to the population issue.
Yeah.
It is portraying what our policy should be to the global world. That we, for example, China had a narrative that we require only one child. So that was their narrative. Now the narrative prepares, it provides the basis from which the behavior change, communication, messaging will emanate. Yeah. It's not, the BCC will not be directed by the narrative. I mean, it will be directed by the narrative, but it's not going to lead to a behavior change. Yeah. From this, messages will come out, and those messages, we hope, will revolve around the concept of responsibility, will revolve around the concept of rights, and bringing a balance between the two. And then when we say responsibility, the emphasis is on the government also, that they should then provide the kind of information and services both that would help in getting this the balance in society possible. So that's how it is. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum. I'm Sahar from Center of Excellence in Women and Child from Afan University. My question is to Samia. Like, I do agree that there is a lot of importance of narrative to direct your nation towards something that they really don't understand or understand the importance of it. But being a planning program implemented at the ground, I want to learn about what kind of approaches our government is going to take to really create the momentum for uptake of family planning. Like, there are a lot of new couple who are getting married, but they have no concept of healthy timing and spacing of pregnancy.
I think
Mike.
questions that some of this,
If you talk about government's policies, the CCI recommendations actually specifically ask all the provincial governments to move on to premarital counseling, right? Of that, uska tarika ban raha hai ki who's the best person to do it, how should it be done, right? And then you also know about life skill based education. I think Sindh mein to unhone already middle and senior level pe aa gayi hai. So I think these are the actually I think हमारा मसला ये हो जाता है कि हम लोग इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के ऊपर जरा वो हो जाते हैं, जो हमारी पॉलिसीज और डायरेक्शंस होती हैं। अब वही पुरानी वाली बात के 1960s में जो हमारे पास ब्लूप्रिंट था, अगर हमने उसको सही इम्प्लीमेंट किया था इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट का, तो कोरिया कहाँ चला गया, हमारी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में इश्यूज होते हैं। सो गवर्नमेंट की ये चीजें क्वाइट क्लियर हैं इन टर्म्स ऑफ लाइक यू सेड के जो न्यूली मैरिड कपल्स हैं, दे शुड नो what is it, how do they want to plan their families future.
What is happening at the ground when we plan for a raise of the uptake, we try to find out the low hanging fruits with the families who have 3 children, and we are going to target the young couples. But the very young couple who is going to get married, they are usually unaware of any concept of family planning. And
thank you so much. आप भी मेरा ख्याल है कि ब्रेक में से गप लगाएं क्योंकि we are running out of time. और क्वेश्चन जो था कि कोविड का क्या इफेक्ट है, if you want to answer that. Short सा.
So that's why I was referring to that one of the. Okay, ji, thank you very much. And first, I would like to thank the Population Council for inviting me here and for inviting me here for this conference and for this session, important session. The COVID के question related question करना चाह रहे. There are a couple of messages which you get is the population has increased because of the COVID prevalence, because of lack of interaction outside home. So that has increased the interaction within home, and that has increased, that will probably increase the population in future. But in order to see that what is really happening, we have to give enough time and to assess the situation. That what has, I mean, there are so many dimensions to COVID issue that we need to really have to wait for this thing. Okay, I'll be very brief in the about concluding these 3 papers. They are excellent papers, but as it is, we are doing research, and research, how are you going to carry it forward? That must be very clear, and then we also have to learn from whatever we have done, and how, if we want to carry it forward, how we're going to do it, and how we can improve on our existing research if that is required. First paper on SIMS, I think that excellent paper which has been presented here. But there are a couple of issues maybe you can discuss in your future researches, that what kind of adaptation strategies. You have mentioned the environment-related migration, which is becoming very, very critical issue in these coastal areas of SIM. But what is it, the population which is behind, what are they doing? There is an important dimension to that. How they changing? Some of them are reporting changing with their cropping crops, changes in crops, because the crops which are, I mean, not affected that much by the saltish water. There are a couple of crops like that, and there is a change in the cropping pattern also there. So maybe you can focus on this in your future research. Second paper, as a lot of people have questions, I have questions also. Subjective well-being is not 1 or 0. Because subjective well-being is a psychological test, which is like a couple of questions which are, this test is based on number of questions, more than I think 50 or 60 questions. And you take the answers based on those questions, and then you develop your own index of subjective well-being. So sometimes it becomes a continuous variable. You don't have to have it like 0 or 1.
Yeah, we chose to do with that.
You did that, but that may not be the right answer to do, the right way of doing it. Because a lot of responses you are getting in your research, maybe because of how you're defining your variable, as some people have mentioned, that what is subjective well-being? It's not as simple as 0, 1. And it is based on this subjective well-being is based on a detailed psychological test of the respondents. So we have to look into it, that what are the questions? Did you ask specifically, are you happy with your water situation? That question, I don't think has been asked in the particular survey. So if you ask them particularly, focus that, that may be bring more information in that, in your question. Then you have, remember you're saying safe water is, people are happy because of the safe water.
Access.
Okay.
Access.
But the thing is, there are pathways. It's not the direct linkage between subjective well-being and the piped water or tap water or bottled water. It's not that. It could be, the pathway could be that safe water brings health, improves your health, and that makes you more happy.
Yeah, so that.
So that is not separate. You have to have an interaction between them. That's what I'm saying, because when you're talking about the pathways. So you have to look into all these things because this analysis is not very simple based on 0, 1. Okay. And the thing is basically with all the students, particularly your students, all the students who are doing qualitative based analysis, I always say, give some information about your data. Like a the descriptive statistics. So the reader or can know what the data is telling you. Data is right now is not telling you anything. The third paper on population narrative is very, very interesting. Very interesting. Again, the issue narrative. Who's going to convince the decision makers? It depends on how the decision makers about the family size, how they take that narrative. How we can bring that in, because at the household level, who's the decision maker? First, we have to decide that. Is it the husband and wife, or is the mother-in-law? Who is the decision maker? There are a lot of, I mean, at the household level, there are so many dynamics which are working. So that how we are going to address this. And right now, for example, I think Malaysia or Indonesia, they restricted the population because they said to the couples, if you have more than 3 children, there are certain facilities which will not be provided to that household, and that worked effectively. China's one child policy worked effectively to control the population, but now their need is the other way around. So now they're changing the behavior. So the policy worked, but they did not stop it at the right time. Now we need to do it. Also, now the response of the society has changed. The couples don't want to have children, and that's where the Gohar's question, I mean, the comment was really very important here was that it is what we did study, the fertility decline, the determinants, mostly education and family, female labor force participation are the key variables there. So focus on that. Rural areas में जाइए, who will know that these narratives? हमारी the population सारी basically more than 50% are in rural areas. So these are the things we should keep in mind when we are recommending it, and that could be very effective. Okay, thank you very much, and thanks again, Dr. Arif and the team for inviting me.
Thank you very much for this session. Now I'll ask Madam Shaida to come and give the shields, please.
कैमरामैन को बुलाओ।
बाहर आ जाए।
मैम खड़ी।
Next, please.
कैमरामैन आ गया।
देखिए ये अच्छे पेपर की खूबी होती है अगर डिबेट आपके पेपर अच्छा था।
Five is very close to
यूपीएस especially people percent.
This shows the commitment.
आज की बात है That's actually डॉक्टर रिहाना बहुत शुक्रिया। डॉक्टर सर स्पेशली आए हैं आपसे।
Just a quick housekeeping point. हम थोड़ा सा behind time है, so can I please request everyone to have a quick tea break, 10 minutes, grab a cup of tea, and come back because the honorable minister who's chairing the next session is already online, and we should be back in about 10 minutes. And nobody is listening.
वैसे आपका सवाल ठीक है। It is true that मेरा सवाल नहीं है। It's not a critique.
I work with the narrative. I want
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Madam Minister, Dr. Azra Fazal Pecho, Minister for Health and Population for the Government of Sindh. President, Population Association of Pakistan, Dr. Nizamuddin. Dr. Tabinda Sarosh, Country Director for Pathfinder International. Secretary from the Federal Ministry of Health and Population, secretaries from the provinces for health and population welfare, representatives of the civil society organizations of UNFPA, Ms. Yasmin Kazi, representing the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Dr. Talib Lashari, who is the architect of the Costed Implementation Plan, Government of Sindh, many colleagues and friends, and the strong advocates for family planning and reproductive health. I'm very pleased to be here with you virtually for this seminar, which is focusing on the right to family planning and reproductive health. It promises to be a very exciting webinar, which will look at the developments that have taken place in family planning and reproductive health across Pakistan, and linking them, of course, with international thinking and international support, partnerships, and development. The chief guest of the webinar, which is Dr. Azra Fazal Pecho, who is an absolutely remarkable leader, combining in herself the deep knowledge of the health sector, along with the population welfare program, and who has led from the front in Sindh. Many of her achievements are noteworthy and they are well known. And certainly she is the most appropriate person here to be the chief guest here. In herself, she is a powerful catalyst in the government of Sindh, and she is certainly listened to by the Chief Minister and the Cabinet. Sindh has, of course, a number of things to its credit over the last 2.5 years, and I will come to that in a few minutes. But the partnerships between the professionals, the experts, the policy analysts, the researchers, academicians, those who implement the programs, and those who can step back and take a look at what is taking place and what else we need to do. All of these people who have been brought together here through the powerful invitation, I would say, and the powerful presence and the very, very long history behind him of Dr. Nizamuddin, who is the president of the Population Association of Pakistan. It is incredible, Dr. Nizam, how you're able to combine a number of different representatives across the landscape of Pakistan who have committed themselves to working in family planning and population welfare. Your symposiums, your annual events, the research papers give a lot of credit, certainly to you and your team, and for you having taken the Population Association of Pakistan to a level which is really a significant contributor. Dr. Tabinda Sarosh, Pathfinder's international support to Pakistan in its efforts to provide services, family planning, commodities, services, and to assist the government in its particular plans for reducing fertility and increasing CPR. A number of friends and colleagues are there, so my regret is that I'm not there with you personally in Islamabad, but I think this virtual world allows us instant communication and instant connectivity. I've always thought about rights, because I think the rights agenda is a very powerful agenda. Decades and decades ago, there was the Universal Declaration of Fundamental Rights, of Human Rights. And modern day civilization, both in the latter part of the 20th century and into the 21st century, has molded itself in many, many countries in the world around this agenda of basic human rights, fundamental rights, this powerful agency that defines the rights of people everywhere. So whenever we talk about a rights agenda, it really is a very powerful signal that we are sending to everyone, to the economic planners of a country, to those who are interested in further progress and development, in fact, to all shades of political and economic opinion. The rights agenda has talked for years and decades about the right to education, the right to livelihoods, to security, to housing, to employment, to clean water, to a safe environment, to justice, to social equity. All of these rights we've been hearing about. Many of them have transferred into laws, legislations, into programs and interventions. And yet, really, there is a very, very large and unfinished agenda around rights. And this lobby of people, this constellation of everyone who is working in Pakistan, who I've always considered a very, very powerful lobby. In fact, this is like an assembly. It's an assembly of those who represent the right to family planning, the right to reproductive health. And in the last several years, though we have done it rather late in Pakistan, but Pakistan certainly has arrived on the scene with legislation, with laws, and certainly with renewed and refreshed vigor, relooking and revisiting the major interventions of our programs in family planning and reproductive health. So clearly, if you don't focus on this right, all other rights are impacted negatively and adversely. We have very strong economic arguments. That goes without saying. And of course, what can a 5-year plan for Pakistan do if it's not looking at its population, its demographics? Which way is the needle going? Presently, we have something like 65% of our population under the age of 30. And we have at least 3% of our population entering the workforce every year. Can we provide these jobs, these livelihoods, the housing, the transport, the water, and many, many other needs of people in societies and families and communities if our population growth rate is still going to hover over 2%, close to 2.2%? So the question, I think, is now very starkly staring Pakistan in the face, that are we going to pursue just an isolated, fragmented approach towards health and family planning and reproductive health, because all three are very, very closely intertwined. And I would definitely add education, because unless you provide education at a mass and universal level to everyone, to every child, and ensure that it is not only secondary, but post-secondary at a minimum, this agenda that is calling out to us, this is what we must recommit ourselves to. Now, what are the different aspects that I think we need to look at? When we mobilized ourselves in response to the Supreme Court order, and I would say a level of interest taken by the then Chief Justice and the justices who were sitting on the bench on this burning issue of population, we had several meetings, and we clearly said that we need to place the rights argument squarely in the center. And what should support it? I think the argument for economic justice. This is vital. If the population grows at a rate at which the country cannot support its people, cannot provide for the welfare of its people, clearly the economic pressures on the government, provincial, federal, all institutions, all aspects of our life in Pakistan are immense. And unless we look at the strong and powerful economic argument of having planned families, of allowing the choices to the couples to adopt family planning methods, the long-term modern method of contraception, other methods of their choice, to be fully educated and be made aware of these choices, and to know that there should be no hesitation, no embarrassment. There should be no questions asked Why are family planning services being provided? So the government needs to pitch its resources. If it pitches its resources into family planning and reproductive health, services, accessibility, affordability, availability, and quality at every single health outlet, not only in the public sector, but in the private sector as well. And we know that there has been some legislation in this regard. Sindh has legislated, other provinces have legislated. This is the powerful argument that we must present before the economic planners of our country. And when the Supreme Court took up this issue, I think it gave it a tremendous amount of steam. And it stoked the effort further. And people began to listen after it became public, through media, talk shows, discussions. And then there were 22 points that were presented to the Supreme Court, that these were the critical element points in moving forward. Subsequently, they were taken to the National Council, and the National Council also supported them. And there was a fund that was dedicated to it and delegated to it. However, it's unfortunate that that commitment has yet to be fulfilled by the federal government. And we hope that this is the year that that commitment will be fulfilled, of dedicating at least 2 billion out of the recommended 6 billion, particularly and specifically to a fund that will promote demonstrated effective interventions to reduce the fertility rate and increase the CPR, and to provide all these services that I have just mentioned. So there is now a recognition, I think, at a level, and now it's recorded. This is part of our history. It is documented. Decisions have been made. And these decisions certainly reflect the fact that the influence of the advocates, the practitioners, the experts, the researchers, the analysts, the development specialists, all of whom are contributing in this webinar, that they have been heard. We certainly need to take it to the next step. The next step is beyond the economic argument. It's the human rights argument. And a violation of human rights then needs to be highlighted. The same way as we highlight the violation of the right to education. When we say if all children are not in school, who should be held responsible? If people do not have security, who should be held responsible? If there's no clean drinking water and sanitation, who is held responsible? I think in the same manner, there should be the question that people should pose to the government and to their representatives in the national, provincial assemblies, that who's responsible for a woman who dies at a young age, who gives birth to 6 and 7 and 8 and 10 children? Who's responsible for the stunting? Who's responsible for the malnutrition? Who's responsible for too many children in a family? And in the poorest quintile, most of these children are out of school. Who's responsible? Unless we take the right decisions, unless we take urgent action, and unless we provide for the welfare of the family. And at the heart of the family is the mother. At the heart of the family is the couple. At the heart of the family is the child. And it is about the mother, father, the couple, their child, or their 2 or 3 children, whose welfare is critical and should be ensured. And this is their right. So this seminar today and tomorrow will focus on different dimensions of what has been done so far. How effective has that been? How successful has that been? How long-lasting can that be? And what are the resources needed to multiply that effort, to accelerate all the efforts across the country wherever success has been demonstrated? I'm a very strong believer in evidence. If you have evidence of success and you can share what it takes in terms of human resources and financial resources, system strengthening, technical resources, and in this day and age, to be able to gather data, you have all the electronic systems available in our country. Data can be gathered, it can be analyzed, it can be collated. And I'm not just talking about government efforts, because the civil society, the non-governmental organizations, the international NGOs, these are very, very important partners. The services provided by them are as critical in many places, if not more so than government, because many of the civil society organizations are reaching out to those populations that are often left unreached by government. So the partnerships, the collaborative efforts, the international support, it's not just funding support that we look for internationally. It's knowledge, it's best practice, it's learning, it's better ways of structuring systems, it's better ways of looking at indicators, it's better ways of looking at our human resource and to see how can we retask it, reskill it. How can we make that particular human resource, let us say the lady health workers, or the family worker, the population welfare worker, the community midwife, the private sector doctor, the practitioner, how can we make each one of these who's contributing into multiplying their efforts and achieving better results and longer and more self-sustaining results? Clearly, we are at the beginning of our efforts of this new decade, which will start in less than a month, 2021. It can be a decisively different year. It can be a decisively different paradigm, buttressed by evidence, by the strong belief that we can provide that framework of laws, support, resources, and the services. And there can be no better group of people than this group that is participating in this seminar that can take this agenda forward. We all have very high hopes, of course, of our political leaders, and we have, of course, Dr. Ashraf Fazal Pechwa here today, jointly with the professionals and the experts, all those that Dr. Nizamuddin has worked with, and many other people who have built teams and who've contributed. I think we have the knowledge base. I think we have the expertise, we have the skill levels, we have the commitment. We now need to activate the commitments that have been made via the Supreme Court judgment through the government. And that's the partnership that's very, very vital. And that has to become much more active than in the past. I'm connected with academia. So at the end of my thoughts that I've shared with you, I definitely do want to leave this thought that the academia also needs to be brought into this discourse, this dialogue. It's the academia that also needs to look at the new narrative. They need to assist us in further defining that narrative. And that narrative is not just out in the field, left as a collation of numbers and data sets, but that narrative has to be translated into intellectual discourse, into academic discourse. Look at the millions of young students, men and women, who are studying in our universities. They are your future fathers and mothers. They are the future of Pakistan. And they need to know how important this right is. The right to family planning, reproductive health, the right to health, and the right to education. So I leave you with that one thought, that we do need to reach out to academia, perhaps more than we have done in the past, in the same way as we've reached out to policymakers, to professional development experts, and to other partnerships. I'm very hopeful. In fact, I'm very optimistic, more optimistic than I have been in the past, because I think we have that combination of political commitment and expertise and leadership. So I wish each and everyone who's participating in this seminar a very, very enriching experience with the sharing of thoughts and knowledge. And thank you once again, Dr. Nizamuddin, for this opportunity for me to share my thoughts with you.
मान ये कि अगले साल ये पूरे पंजाब में लॉन्च किया जाएगा। दूसरी बात है कि आज इस वक्त तकरीबन 150 से 150 के करीब उलमा को हम इंगेज करेंगे हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में। हमारी कोशिश है कि हम अगले साल हर जो मस्जिद का इमाम है ना, उसको हम इंगेज करेंगे, हम स्टाइपेंड इंक्रीज करेंगे। और ये कोई वो ब्राइबरी नहीं है, ये हम उनको एक मोटिवेट करके देयर ओन उलमा हजरात विल ट्रेन दैम कि आपने लोगों स्पेसिंग की कर सकते हैं, आप कोई और बात इन उलमा हजरात के मुंह से नहीं, और इनको सर पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप आप
I want to speak to you today on the current environmental situation that we are all now in and maintaining social distancing throughout the country. And I hope PPIF, following its mandate, will be able to reach out to these people who are locked in and who are difficulties of transportation to reach to the services that are needed. My suggestion to PPIF would be, please find a way to reach these people as soon as possible with services and supplies that normally get from the outlets. One suggestion could be to follow mobile services program, augment it, massively deploy large number of mobile services to reach out these people through the internet system, through mobile phones, through other methods of emails and social media, to reach out and see how you can provide guidance and advice and counseling, because they may be needing services. And I hope they could also reach out and contact the numbers through telemedicine program that have been launched in the country to cover, to reach them and talk to them what they need in terms of emergency service.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। मेरे पाकिस्तानी भाइयों और बहनों, अस्सलाम वालेकुम। पाकिस्तान में आबादी की शरह जिस तेज़ी से बढ़ रही है, अगर इसी तरह ये आबादी बढ़ती रही तो 2050 में पाकिस्तान की आबादी दुगनी हो जाएगी और ये हमारे महदूद वसाइल के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज होगी। पाकिस्तान नौज़ायदा बच्चों की अमवात और ज़चगी के दौरान ख़वातीन के मरने की शरह में दुनिया में सबसे आगे है। मौजूदा आबादी के बढ़ने की शरह और ख़वातीन के लिए फ़ैमिली प्लानिंग की महदूद सर्विसेज और वसाइल हमारे मुल्क की इक़्तिसादी सूरत हाल के लिए तशवीशनाक है, जिसके लिए हमें कोशिश करना होगी। इन हालात में पॉपुलेशन एसोसिएशन ऑफ पाकिस्तान की 20 साला खिदमात काबिल कदर और काबिल सताइश हैं, जो अपने महदूद वसाइल के बावजूद अपने फ़र्ज़ को बतरीक़ अहसन अदा कर रहे हैं। मैं समझता हूँ कि ये कॉन्फ्रेंस जो पॉपुलेशन एसोसिएशन पाकिस्तान के ज़ेरे एहतमाम हो रही है, ये माजी में भी अपनी बेहतरीन काविशों के ज़रिए आवाम में आगाही फैला रही है और इंशाअल्लाह अपने इस मिशन को आगे बढ़ाएगी, जिससे हमारे पॉलिसी मेकर्स, पॉलिसी ड्राइवर्स, स्कॉलर्स, डोनर्स, सिविल सोसाइटी और फैमिली प्लानिंग से जुड़े तमाम अदारे एक प्लेटफार्म पर इकट्ठे होकर इस मुल्क और कौम की खिदमत कर रहे हैं। मैं एक बार फिर डॉक्टर निज़ाम और उनकी पूरी टीम को, जो भी इस पॉपुलेशन एसोसिएशन के साथ मुंसलिक है, इनकी काविशों पे, इनकी जद्दोजहद पे, इनकी मेहनत पे इनका शुक्रिया भी अदा करता हूँ और मुझे उम्मीद है कि आइंदा भी इस काविश को ये जारी रखेंगे। पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद।
I just wanted to tell you that why I came from New York to start this association, because I was in those days living in New York, and I was aware of the Population Association of America, American Population Association. They were holding every year a conference, bring together all types of economists, demographers, public health specialists, gender specialists. I thought we should have something in Pakistan. 20 years ago, Pakistan was still a premier program in the world community. We were very successfully honored by world community. So I thought we should support it. Since then, a meeting was held in Peter Miller's office in PAP Council in New York, Islamabad, and agreed to finance. And the first conference took place in Karachi at Aga Khan University. Since then, we have continued to work. I've been in and out, but the last
So we are going to start our fourth and the last plenary session of PAP, Publishing Association of Pakistan Annual General Meeting. And the session is on opportunities and challenges of resilience to climate change. Malik Amin Hassan, the Prime Minister's Special Assistant on Climate Change, he's going to join us virtually, but right now he's busy somewhere, so when he'll be available. But in interest of time, we are going to start our session. And Mr. Ali Toki Sheikh is the chair of this session. Ali Toki Sheikh is the founding CEO and National Program Director of LEAD Pakistan and Climate Development and Knowledge Networks, Regional Director for Asia. LEAD is the largest network of professionals on sustainable development in Pakistan. Mr. Sheikh has represented Pakistan in several negotiating rounds since 2001 World Summit on Sustainable Development. Mr. Sheikh has a master's degree in international relations and strategic studies from the University of Miami and has been a fellow at the Institute of Soviet and East European Studies, Miami, the International Institute of Strategic Studies in London, and the Rockefeller Foundation in New York. He served as advisor or consultant to a number of international organizations, such as Asian Development Bank, European Commission, IDRC, IFAD, Packard Foundation, Rockefeller Foundation, and the list goes on. So thank you so much, sir, for joining us for this session. We have two more panelists for this session, Dr. Aisha Khan, who is the Chief Executive, Civil Society Coalition for Climate Change. Welcome, Dr. Aisha, and Dr. Rehana Siddiqui, who is the ex-Joint Director of Pakistan Institute of Development Economics. We are really honored to have you here. So I would first request Mr. Ali Toki Sheikh to please set the context for the discussion. Sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your very kind introduction. I was looking down, who is this about? First correction, that I'm presently advisor or principal advisor climate change at Planning Commission. I'm also regional climate change advisor at World Bank for their regional initiatives. And when I look back, there's not much that I have done except activism. And I'm particularly pleased to be here this afternoon because primarily, not only because it's a very prestigious university and this important forum, but also because population and climate change communities seldom talk to each other. There's a very cursory reference to climate change in Pakistan's climate change or environmental policies. Even if the National Conservation Strategy in early 90s, I think it was 1992, had 14 focus areas and population was one. But then we successfully avoided that reference subsequently. And I'll spend a minute now explaining what is the cost of that. Pakistan's environmental agenda came from Stockholm. Population was part of Stockholm Declaration. That was 50 years ago. Bhutto Saab could not go. He sent his wife, Mrs. Bhutto. She came back very impressed. And Pakistan's Environment Ministry was constituted. Those zamane mein usko division kept it. And slowly the legislation that happened, it had two characteristics. One, it was developed under military rule, and therefore it had a very authoritarian approach to it, which was followed by consistently by political leaderships that followed. And I'll explain that in a moment and how it's linked with today's agenda. Second, it buried the green environment agenda followed on the brown environment agenda, meaning by pollution and all that, picked high standards and a big stick that could give only corruption, but could not address the pollution and environmental degradation issues. And we distanced ourselves nationally from the national development agenda. No wonder Ministry of Environment throughout 1990s and 2000s, when every 5 years there was a human development agenda of one sort or the other happening, including gender and urban planning and other, we did not participate in that administrative. We thought it's not for us. We'll do only. And that administrative approach came from the authoritarian hand that they're ruling in the country. So this disinterest in population has brought us at a crossroad, and I don't need to dwell more into history, but even I hope you understood the dilemma that we have to address. Climate change and poverty are two biggest existential threat to Pakistan of this century. Population and environment nexus, population and development nexus cannot be underestimated or cannot be ignored any longer. This triangle constitutes our development agenda. Now, both climate change and poverty hold us back from development. Unplanned population growth rate not only hold us back from development, but also degrades our ecosystems and their carrying capacity. When we are focusing on brown environmental issues, we were allowing the ecosystems to become weaker, lose their resilience, exploit them, overexploit them, and even abuse them. We allowed pollutants to go into our water bodies, pollute rivers and streams and groundwater. We allowed bad fuels to come and pollute our air and create health-related issues and problems that many of us face. And well, we don't, we are not as poor. But if you are poorer, then we'll be worse off. So water, agriculture, food, and everything we degraded our environment because our focus was on brown environment. Now, regrettably, just to make it very short, we have a paradox here. We have environmental ministries and departments in the provinces, and EPAs also as regulatory authorities. But at the federal level, we do not have Ministry of Environment because it's no more a federal subject. Nevertheless, we do have at federal level an EPA, regulatory authority, but not environment. We don't have anyone who can give us environmental policies or standards. Their job is as a regulator, not as a policymaker. And likewise, when the Environment Ministry was replaced by Climate Change Ministry, we have Climate Change Ministry at the federal level, but it hangs in the air because it doesn't have its feet in the provinces. Provinces don't have climate change related departments. It's an add-on to existing environmental departments, but their mandates are vague, not clear, not written. And many provinces still don't have a climate change policy, and federal government opposed that provinces should not have. So it has resulted in lost highway. I just wanted to make one or two points, if I may.
मिनिस्टर साहब ने बयान कर दिया, उनको भी वेलकम कर लो। आप कर दें, आप कर दें।
Honorable Minister Malik Amin Aslam has joined us. Special Assistant to Prime Minister Malik Amin Aslam has joined us. Minister Saab, welcome. And I want to hand this over to you if you have to go by introducing you only. सर इजाजत है?
जी बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you, sir.
जी आवाज आ रही है बाबू?
We can hear you.
Okay जी.
Welcome, and we know constraints on your time, and if you wish to address first, we'll be all ears. सर आवाज आ रही है?
आवाज थोड़ी सी कट रही है आपकी.
जी, हम आपको ये रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे थे कि आपके टाइम कंस्ट्रेंट्स से अगर आप पहले खिताब करना चाहते हैं तो हम हाजिर हैं.
जी 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 बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. Distinguished participants, Assalamualaikum. It is a great pleasure to be here to address this seminar on the nexus of population and climate change and how it interacts with climate resilience. I think this is one of the very important and central topics as we try to tackle the issue of climate change. Pakistan is a country which is, really not a very big contributor to this issue. We are still less than 1% of the global emissions. But at the same time, we are a country which is highly impacted by the effects of climate change. And we have been on the top 10 list of most vulnerable countries for a 2-year stretch. And this has placed us in a very unique category of countries which are called continuously impacted countries. And there are only 3 of those in the world. One is Pakistan, the other one is Philippines, and then there's Haiti. So that just shows the enormity of the challenge that we are facing in Pakistan. And it is a challenge which has got not just dimensions of the environment, but also economic dimensions. There are serious economic drains because of climate change that our economy has to sustain today. It has got social dimensions because of the climate migrations which are occurring when climate change strikes. And it has got security dimensions also, especially on the cross-border issues that we face with our neighbors. So it's a multi-dimensional problem, and it's a problem which is not of our own making, but it is certainly a problem that we will have to deal with in the coming decades. And I think the next decade is a critical decade for climate direction and how the world really grapples with this huge challenge, which is a global challenge. We saw all the countries of the world meet together at Glasgow very recently to try to address this challenge of how we are going to collectively deal with this. There was a weak agreement over there, but there was an agreement. It was called the Glasgow Pact. And the 2 big positives that came out of that meeting were that the world has got together on basically looking at a future which is based on 2 pillars. One is a shift towards clean energy, so low carbon energy shift away from fossil fuels. And the other one was a shift towards a nature positive world and a world which is, trying to make peace back with nature instead of being on a constant war path, which is not assisting anybody in the world. So this is the positive direction that the world has focused on. But it requires all the countries to try and do and implement what they're saying they're going to do. And Pakistan is a unique country in that sense that we were not just talking about climate change and the issues. We were a country which went with solutions, which went with the clear groundwork, showing our commitment to those solutions, both on clean energy as well as nature performance. We have got a 10 billion tree project going on. We have a protected area initiative going on. We have a Recharge Pakistan project just about to start, which is going to be, investing in our waterways to make sure that we are not wasting our water, but conserving it to restore our natural systems. And at the same time, we are also shifting towards clean energy. We have set a direction for ourselves for the end of the decade, and we are already taking practical steps in closing down projects or shelving projects which were in the pipeline based on coal and shifting to hydropower electricity, increasing our renewable energy, which is acting on the ground, and we are trying at the same time, for that from the world. One of the central challenges to this whole equation remains the population base. With an increasing population base, it creates, a nexus for a disaster if it is coupled with climate change, because of both dimensions. One is with population, you start adding to the problem, and the second one is that with having more people, your climate resilience is going down because more people impacted by vulnerability, and all of this, actually increases the vulnerability of the country. So I think it's very important to deal with the population issue at the base of this problem, and the climate change issue actually creates a nexus, as I said, for a disaster. So these are I would say the two time bombs of Pakistan. One is the climate ticking bomb, the other one is the population ticking bomb, and it is.
Sir, he is connected from his phone in Zoom. Red signal show कर रहा था. That's issue.
I think we can
disconnect हो गए.
हम दो मिनट देख लेते हैं तो रिकनेक्ट कर लेते हैं. चेक करें. हर चीजें क्या फायदे हैं ये उसके मसाइल भी. चले while we are trying to connect with the minister साहब, जब आते हैं मैं दोबारा रुक जाऊंगा. In fact एक तो चीज मैंने अर्ज की ये दोनों कम्युनिटीज आपस में नहीं करती हैं और इसका नुकसान बहुत ज्यादा है. और दूसरी चीज मैंने आपको अर्ज किया कि हमारा फोकस ही कभी नहीं था. जब एनवायरनमेंट फोकस किया तो हम दूसरे ट्रैक पे चले गए और हमने 30-40 साल उसी ट्रैक पे गुजारे, तो हमने इकोसिस्टम को इग्नोर किया. अच्छा, और इससे पहले कि उसका रिजल्ट ये हुआ कि ग्रोइंग पॉपुलेशन के मुताबिक हम म्युनिसिपल सर्विसेज में इन्वेस्ट नहीं कर सकते. रिसोर्सेज वर always lagging behind with the growing problem, and this is a very important point. Municipal services and environmental services, clean water, clean air, clean park, better school. यही देती है ना local government आपको. तो environmental services were not getting adequate fund. We were not able to increase the fund proportionate with the population growth. अच्छा, because बहुत सारी हमारी population जो है वो rural areas में जाती है, तो एक मैं element और जिसके ऊपर मैंने research की तो आपके साथ share करता हूँ. Very few people think about this, and we need to. 2/3 of this country is arid or semi-arid, which means groundwater on which they rely is depleting fast. Soil quality is depleting fast. The temperature is increasing rapidly. It may not be touching a record that comes in the newspaper all the time, but averages are increasing. Averages of nighttime temperature are also increasing. तो उनका जो रिटर्न ऑन subsistence agriculture है वो is not enough, so they migrate to find better opportunities. So they leave one trap of poverty to end up in another trap of vulnerability and poverty when they go to urban areas.
typically low-lying, marginalized land in community. Example, flooding or buffeting. But leaving all those things aside, cities are not attuned to welcome visitors or new settlers. So there's a constant sprawl. City is growing horizontally, not vertically. No wonder your Vasas are not able to cater for more than 40% of the population, urban population. 60% have to find their own way. Now, because city cannot provide the infrastructure, therefore, people have to use motorbikes and rickshaws, which typically, because the GOP policy is low-grade fuel, emits more pollutants. Therefore, in absence of public transportation, it hurts not only their health, but also because of long lines of travel increases Pakistan's emissions. So this is an important point. If we reduce our emissions at point A, but in 10 larger cities, we are increasing our emissions or population at twice the rate that, as the population growth rate, then you see that our emissions will be growing faster in urban areas than rural areas. Now, I want to conclude instead of getting into greater detail. Just coming back to that point that population pressures contribute to land degradation, both directly and indirectly. It's not a rocket science that I'm saying, all of us familiar with this. And they come into play with natural environment, which is land degradation, which is water stresses. Environment, population, and climate change need to be aligned, and they are not thus far. We are 2-3 parallel communities. As I mentioned earlier, the climate change community has not been very sensitive to population growth rate. It's not reflected. It's not even reflected in our NDCs. And I'm to be accused, I'm the principal author of the latest version of this. This is a collective negligence. And ये बहुत बातें मैं सुन रहा था मिजान सारी वो तवाज़ुन and on a lot of issues judiciary takes the lead and pushes the governments, federal and provincial governments, to take some action. And in population case there is some progress in development, but that tawazun cannot be a tawazun unless it incorporates climate change. So your task forces, your brainstorming sessions, the design commitments or seek commitments from government of Pakistan at the national and provincial level, and hopefully at the sub-provincial level, as the local governments come in, need to include environmental factors. And unless we do that, the tawazun cannot, the balance cannot be secured. मैं किस लिए कह रहा हूँ as a concluding sentence? जो climate change की manifestation हमें नजर आती हैं, heat wave or drought or flood और ये वो, this is truly not climate change. These are the impacts of climate change. The real impact is the slow onset of climate change, which disturbs your ecosystems and their carrying capacity. And more fragile they become, your topic is resilience. More fragile they become, more threatening they are for population. And therefore, my submission is, let's think in terms of tawazun, and we have a very strong panel who will highlight different aspects based on their experience and specializations. And all of us will be essentially underlying message will be, I think, and I hope, that how best to integrate competing demands on a time between population. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Dr. Aisha Khan, Chief Executive Civil Society Coalition for Climate Change, for her remarks or presentation actually. Dr. Aisha.
Thank you so much. I think like Anitaki Sheikh Saab, I would also like to correct that I have not earned the title of a doctorate degree. So I'm just simply Aisha Khan. I think Ali Toki has set the stage for this discussion, and he has elaborated on the main challenges that we face and the constraints that we have in addressing these issues and the dichotomy between the policy and the implementation at different levels. What I'm trying to do or will try to do is dive a little bit deeper into the climate change aspects first, because I want to set the stage for you to develop a more robust understanding of what climate change related issues are, and then link it to population and demographics and see, did we have the option of an alternative pathway 20, 30, 50 years ago? Would we be standing in a different place if we were half our number today? And where do we stand today? And with the current trends, what is the likely future that our generations are going to face? So to begin with, want to thank the Population Association and NUST University for organizing. It's very heartening to see that climate change is finally being addressed at forums, and especially at academic forums. And it's also very encouraging to see that our government is taking a very proactive stance on climate change, and led by the Prime Minister, there is at least one issue on which there is complete consensus between the government and political parties. So it is an agenda that is owned by everyone. So no reason why we should not be able to do it better than we have in the past. So let's begin with climate change. How will it impact us? Which sectors will it impact? It is going to impact all our life sectors, whether it's food, whether it's water, whether it's energy, whether it's productivity, whether it's the quality of life indicators, whether it is the well-being and prosperity. So we cannot escape climate change. So everywhere we look, we will see that step by step, it's going to affect the productivity of our activities, the drought and desertification resulting in food security, the shortage and scarcity of water, and out-migration, and the problems that Anitaki had mentioned earlier about the urban explosion. You must also all have heard about the latest, now not so latest, but a few years ago, the report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Because in the Paris Agreement, the ambition was to keep it at 2 degrees Celsius, and a higher ambition of trying to keep it within 1.5. Now, the IPCC report tells us that the 2 degree is out. It's not an option anymore unless we do not bring temperature increase to within the safe threshold of 1.5 degrees. We are going to face disastrous consequences. Now, if you look at the presentation, you will see why the 0.5 makes such a big difference. Because if you look at just the number 0.5 degrees Celsius, you don't think it's so enormous, but the impacts of it are going to be very, very drastic and exponential in nature, and therefore we need to worry about it. We also talk about, the total carbon dioxide or the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. So when Paris took place, there were 416 parts per million, and despite all the pledges and lofty declarations of bringing them down, they still remain at 419 today, and the remaining carbon budget is 9%, which means 4,000 tons or 400 tons, gigatons of CO2 equivalent, and we are only 9 years, because as we cross the threshold of 2030, we are going to see the impacts multiply in many ways. So I'm going to come down to Pakistan now, because at the international level, as the Honorable Minister has said, as Ali Tawqir Sheikh has also shared his opinion with you, we say that global warming is not due to us. We are suffering from its impacts. True. But there are certain things that are within our means and capacities. And I think we should not rely entirely on the expectation that the global community will come out and provide us with the resources that we need to meet the commitments that we are making in the nationally determined contributions that we just submitted. The developing countries were not happy with the outcome of COP26 because the critical issues over there that related directly to us, loss and damage, climate finance, timelines for the NDCs, there was no consensus on that. So we have to be realistic and we have to see that as the global population increases, as the global resource base decreases, every country will start looking inward. It's human nature. When your survival is at stake, you say me first, my country first. So when they do that, their own resources will be diverted towards their own people's needs, and they will not be giving so much money to other countries. So left on our own resources, let's take a quick look at where we stand and what are the options that are available to us to strengthen our own resilience. When you look at water, I think water is one sector. Everybody in the climate community and other stakeholders agree that if you say climate change affects every sector and you have to prioritize one sector, it is water because it relates to everything else. We get water from two sources, surface water, groundwater. Surface water comes from transboundary river sources and the monsoon rains, and we have the groundwater. In both cases, what I want to point out here is not so much focus on numbers, but to point out that we are drawing more water from the ground than we are recharging, and we are not using the water well that we are getting from the river system, the Indus River system. And I also want to point out that the Indus River system is a single basin country. We are a single basin country, and this river system draws 41% of its water from snow and glacial melt, as opposed to the Ganges and Brahmaputra. So when climate change happens, two things will happen. First, accelerated warming, and there'll be flooding. Second, after 2040, the source of water itself will shrink. So we will have less water. How much less, we don't know because climate science is not exact. Maybe we are warming up at the rate of 2%, 3%, 4%, we don't know. But if it is at the turn of the century, the worst case scenario is there'll be a 70% reduction. The best case scenario is 30% reduction. So even if we go with 30% less, and then we make all our other projections, we are going to be in deep, deep trouble. Our water storage capacity is only for 30 days. Sectoral use of water, if you link it with agriculture, maximum about 85 to 90% goes in agriculture. And so if you see the embedded cost of water in our agricultural products, it is very high. When we come to vulnerability, let us, relating it to population, say that in 1950, we had the same quantity of water that we are receiving today, and we were 5,000 cubic meters per capita. Today, it has come down to 860. And for 2025, 2040, it will further go down because when we are 380 million at the present rate of growth, we will have very little water. So the population and the link between the availability of water is very, very direct. The other thing people don't pay too much attention to is the mountain environment. I work in the mountain regions. I have a very special relationship with mountains. But beyond that, we also are part of South Asia. We are part of the HKHK, the Himalaya, Karakoram, Hindu Kush mountain systems. And this occupies a vast, huge cryospheric space. So when the global warming starts to happen at an exponential level, the melting of this frozen water, whether it is in the form of glaciers, whether it is permafrost, and it releases the GHG gases, the impacts of that will be disastrous for us. I mean, this is the third pole. We call ourselves the water towers, but we need to remember that this source is beyond our boundaries. So we cannot and do not have control on water that flows in. We have the Indus Water Treaty, but there is no guarantee 30 years down the road that the treaty will be upheld, because when upper riparian face greater constraints on water uses, they will stop or maybe use the water to meet their own needs. We also have a very long coastal area. And I'm saying all these things because they're related to water. Accelerated melting will result in sea level rise. So we see the number of people and the number of facilities along the coastal belt that will get affected will also be directly affected. And we have about 40% of our industry situated near the coastal belt. Now we come to the food sector. In food sector, we know that we have a certain area that is under cultivation, and the number of small farmers are far more than the number of large farmers. So when climate change begins to happen, all these small farmers will get directly affected, and they will have no other alternative but to sell their lands, because the crop yield time will change, the heat will affect the agriculture sector. And we are going to see that, already what we are seeing is that a lot of people are moving away from farming and selling their lands. Presently, we have 19% of the GDP that accounts for agriculture. Earlier, we had just about 5 years ago, 24%. 45% of our labor is engaged in agricultural activities. Now, the point that I want to make here is that if we are shifting from agriculture to a service sector industry, we're also going to face problems with human capital. Because in agriculture, you can use unskilled labor, and in the service sector, you need qualified labor, and our human capital is very poor. So the rate of unemployment will go up. More, other than those factors, you can see that global warming is going to affect the agriculture sector in more ways. Too much water, too little water, pests, droughts, different, the things that can happen, and agricultural productivity will come down. So the more the number that you have to feed in this country, the lesser the land available for crop cultivation, less water for agriculture. So it will all multiply and lead us towards a situation that we will be unable to handle. Then we come to the energy sector, because we always talk about food, water, energy nexus and how these are related to climate change, but they have a direct bearing on the number of people they provide the services for. So if you look at our electricity production, there's a heavy reliance on the water sector, hydropower. But what we forget is that, we are making a projection from our present energy mix to a new energy mix, in which we are saying 60% will be renewable by the year 2030. And of that, major source is going to be hydro. Hydro is generally, dams are made for storage. They're not necessarily made for generating electricity. But if you take the long-term view and say there will be shortage of water to begin with, so if you have less water and you're putting so much money into great infrastructure to build dams that may not have the kind of water that you're expecting in the next 20 or 30 years, then that is also something to worry about. So your alternatives are wind, solar, and for both of them, you need resources. You need resources to make that transition. And again, we're linking our revenue and access to finance on foreign contributions. That is why that part of our mitigation plan is linked to conditional transition. If you look at this chart here, you see how high the energy consumption has gone. Just look at, about 50 years ago when we talked about the Sweden northern gas, etc., we thought we have, reserves that are going to last for a lifetime. Today, we are facing shortage of gas. One is bad policy, and the second is population. We did not expect to be this number using the natural gas. So for everything, no matter how much petroleum you import or coal-generated fuel or natural gases, the numbers keep going up. We will not be able to keep pace with that. Disasters, it's another sector that is linked closely to climate change. Again, all I will say, you can read the numbers yourselves, the losses that we face every year, but as the population increases, it goes and settles in hazardous areas. And the more the people that are affected by climate change, the more resources the state will need, and the state will not have the capacity to address all the rehabilitation, the relief, the displacement that results due to disasters. In a recent report by the World Bank, they have identified hotspots in South Asia. So overall, what they're saying is that climatic conditions or heat islands will develop in South Asia, where 800 million people will get impacted. For Pakistan, they have given us Sindh and Punjab, and you can see the names of the districts, and a total of 10.2 million people and 34 million people. These are under the present population census of these cities. If you look at 2040, 2050, this population would have doubled. So what is going to happen? They're saying that survivability in these areas will become impossible. When these large numbers move out of where they live, where will they go? The point Ali Toki made about the urban areas, how will urban areas absorb them? They do not even have the carrying capacity to provide for the basic municipal needs of the citizens who live in these areas. Look at the plight of Karachi right now. If Karachi was half its number, Lahore was half its number, Islamabad was half its number, what would be the services that we would be receiving? They would be, I think, significantly better than what we are seeing right now. Now, I'll link it very quickly to the demographic profile we have. In South Asia, our growth rate is the highest at 2.3%. We have a young population because about 60% of our population is below the age of 30. Women constitute about 48%, and the working population is 33%. We have about 11.43 million people, Pakistanis, who work overseas, and we are the 5th most populous country and growing. So when you look at the unemployment rate in Pakistan, it's expected to reach about 5%. You cannot have a country with such high rate of unemployment and then factor in the impacts of climate change. A lot of things are the unknowns, the hidden risks that we cannot calculate and put a price tag to it right now. It can come in the shape of health, and we have seen what COVID has done. It can come in the shape of famine, malnutrition. It can affect us in different ways. Stunting. We are seeing what's happening to neighboring Afghanistan right now. It is facing an acute food security problem, a humanitarian crisis. Then we come to cement production. I have shared this figure with you because it is directly related to development of infrastructure. Production and consumption of cement indicates that you are investing more in your infrastructure, whether it is roads, whether it is housing, whether it is other construction related, and that is based on demand. That demand is increasing in Pakistan. So cement is also very bad for air pollution as well as for climate change. Now we look at, economically, where do we stand? Because a lot of the resilience that we talk about depends on the economic resilience of a country to adapt to technologies, to provide adaptation for its people, to do what it takes to support them with economic recovery packages. So Pakistan, unfortunately, is not doing very well. And I have just put Bangladesh for comparison over here, because till 71, Bangladesh was a part of Pakistan. The population of Bangladesh at the time was 65 million. We were about the same. Today, we stand at 225 million, whereas Bangladesh is 164 million. Bangladesh has managed to reduce its population growth rate to 1.03%, whereas we are moving forward at the rate of 2.03%. So these are alarming facts that we need to register and say, if a country that we thought was less developed or not doing so well. Today, it is the shining star in the economic realm in South Asia. It's doing even better than India. So go back and see some of the reasons. What were the reasons that they have managed to do well? So here are some worrisome facts, and this is, maybe my last or second last slide that I want to share with you. If we look at the lower income poverty rate developed by the World Bank in Pakistan, it is at 39.3%. If we look at the GDP per capita, it is very low. And it is going to go lower. The projections they have made from 1,190 for the year 22-23, they will go even lower. If we look at the total population, we see that, the male-female ratio is pretty much equal. But then we look at the employment rate. The male employment rate is almost 80% and the female is 20%. I didn't have space in this to put the literacy rate, but the literacy rate of women is much lower. And the transition of the girl child from primary to middle and middle to high drops drastically. So if you don't have gender parity, gender empowerment, and do not allow women equal access and opportunity to resources, as a country, it will be very difficult for us to progress. The agriculture part, I've already mentioned to you that from 25% in the last 5 years, we have dropped to 19% in so far as its contribution to the GDP. And the labor force, of course, that is employed there, if that is going down, that labor force will also become part of the unemployed force. The rate of urbanization in Pakistan is one of the highest again in South Asia, and that is because we've not spread the development equally. We've focused on the cities and we've ignored our rural areas. So the pull factor now for the urban areas is very strong, and about 37% right now is urban, and they're projecting that in the next 30, 40 years, 50% of Pakistan's population will be living in urban areas. Where will we get the municipal resources and other resources to cater for this population? So what we'll see is more slums, more crime, more lawlessness. We come to stunting. Now, this is something very serious, and this relates directly to lack of sanitation and lack of clean drinking water. About 80% in our country don't have access to clean drinking water. And according to another World Bank report, diarrhea and malnutrition are directly connected to stunting. And stunting doesn't mean just physical disabilities or something that is only manifested in a physical way. It means that your brain has not developed. So you have cognitive impairment. It is very dangerous to think what will our nation be like with 38 or 40% unable to think cognitively or engage in objective analysis. What kind of leadership potential are we looking at over here? So one of the things, when I see such scenes of crime and behavior, from our people, a thought does come to my mind that for the last 10, 15 years, we've been hearing about 25 million children who are out of school. We've been hearing about this figure, which is now 38%. It was at 45%. So this population has now grown up. So if it is behaving in the way that it is behaving, it is probably because they don't know any better. They never went to school and their brains are stunted. They don't have, and they have been given a different kind of indoctrination. So they behave in a very wild manner, which we condemn. But in many ways, the state is responsible for creating poor human capital. And that is another thing. We have not invested in science and technology, in human capital, in women. So those are very, very important factors. When we look at the demographic spread and we call our youth a dividend, I think it is flawed assumption. Dividend is something that can be productive, something to whom you can provide jobs and who can then contribute to the development of the state. We have done no such thing, and yet we keep calling our youth a dividend. Our youth is going to become our biggest liability because you will not be able to give them food, water, energy, or jobs. I've already mentioned the climate hotspots and the disaster. Yes, and in the Human Development Index, as you can see, our ranking is 152, and in the Gender Gap Index, our ranking is 53 out of 156. So what will that mean at the end of the day for Pakistan? The numbers will and the demands will outweigh the supply. The resource base is shrinking and the environment is degrading. Climate change, COVID, and other hidden risks or things that will happen as a result will exacerbate the situation. And what we will see is a society in which vested interest groups will be fighting for limited resources. And we will see this leading to societal tension, strife, and conflict. So climate and conflict as a result of these factors will increase in Pakistan. So the numbers here, and I'm very happy that the Population Association called for this meeting, because we do not link everything to numbers. We keep increasing our numbers without realizing that we have to supply this number with a certain quality of life indicators also. So if we are lesser, and even today we start thinking of a future in which we only need to address the needs of this number and not the extrapolation that we are making based on current growth rate, that it will be 380 million by 2040. We will have no water, no food, no jobs, no security. So at the end, what is it? It will challenge your national security, because your national security is linked directly to your human security. So when that is weakened, we don't need an external threat. We will implode from within. So that's all I have to say, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aisha, for such thought-provoking but worrisome picture. And it shows that climate change is not a phenomenon of future, it's a reality, and we are facing the effect of all this. And as you mentioned that we are going to have like around 44 million internally displaced person due to climate change. So we need to think about, and if we keep like our population growth is unchecked, then maybe we have much worse indicators than a very bleak picture in future. So thank you so much. And now I would request Dr. Rehana to please share her thoughts.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, I don't have that much to say, and I have after such elaborate presentations and really interesting presentations, I don't know what I can add. But what I can only think is maybe I'll give some ideas about in support of the arguments which have been presented by Ali Tokisar and particularly by Ms. Aisha Khan. If I had known that I will be participating in this session, there is one graph I really love. And in all the climate change discussions, I love to present that graph where we're talking about the SDGs. And you put all the SDGs on a map there, and you have one SDG related to climate change. And you try to see where it is not linked, where the arrow is not going. The arrows from the climate change are moving in all the directions. Whether you're talking about the reduction in poverty, whether you're talking about the energy, whether you're talking about the agriculture, industry, anything you talk about, your achievement for SDG depends critically on your achievements regarding the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. So that is the importance of dealing with this climate change issue. So you can see that. Second thing I would like to say is in terms of resilience, or in terms of, because the population, as Ali Tokisar has said also, and Malik and some also, in terms of maybe contribution, whatever we're talking, if you see the argument and listen to the arguments given, why should we worry about reducing the emissions? Because we are contributing only a little amount in the total emissions. But what we have to think about is that the impact of those emissions is not that what you're contributing. It doesn't depend on your contribution. It depends on the contribution which the whole world is making. And that is why in terms of vulnerability, you're at the top. among the top countries facing the vulnerability. So what you have to do is you have to deal with the climate change challenge. May not be part of it, you have to do the reduction in pollution, but part of it you have to deal with the resilience and make the communities, reduce the vulnerability of the communities. Now, as has been mentioned earlier also, is that agriculture. The resilience in agriculture is the most critical thing. All the availability of water definitely is critical issue. We are below the security level, which is the sustainable level of the water available, critical level of. We are not water secure country at all. And in the coming years, that water insecurity is going to go up. I hope, I don't know what will happen, but it really scares me to say this thing. But it is the challenge we have to face. So this even water scarcity issue, we don't have to meet this challenge in only one dimension, the increase the water availability. Maybe we cannot do that, but improving the water use is the critical thing which you can do. Improving the water use, improving the water efficiency is the critical thing. In this scenario also, one of the research when we were conducting that at the farmer level, what is the level of information? That what kind of climate or what kind of weather change, because of course weather changes consistently happening is climate change. So when the farmer is making a decision for sowing and harvesting, sowing particularly, if the farmer does not have information that what will be the weather like in next 4 or 5 or 6 months, that is the duration for a critical crop, they may make the decision based on their past experiences. So the information availability, was it is our information system is providing the knowledge or information about the weather situations in the coming months is critically important. That is where, and then who's going to provide this? Media definitely is the one critical linkage that can provide this information to the farmers. We can make our extension workers in the field more productive and more active to make, because they are a linkage between the government agencies and all the information and between the farmer. Maybe they can be instrumental in providing that link or information to the farmer to make a right decision. The second thing water related is, it's not water, definitely as Ms. Aisha is saying, glacier melting. Definitely is going to cause floods in the coming years, and after that, drought. So the nature of the water challenge is going to change over time. So how flexible our system is to make these, to absorb these challenges. That we don't know at all. Second, it's not just the glacier melting, sea level rising is also. So from north to south, it's all, if you see this related to water issues, which is going to play a critical role in the future. If in this, then I think you mentioned one of this Indus Water Treaty. Indus Water Treaty, one of the clauses in the Indus Water Treaty is the first come, first served basis that you can build the dam. Whoever comes first. What are we doing? We have to look at ourselves. How much water storage we are improving ourselves for the future. We are not doing anything. So if we have the other partner is building dams after dams, who will have the first right to that, even that small water which is available? We really have to think about it, that how we're going to do that. Then it is not just if you have the drought-like situation and the temperature is rising, and what is the housing sector? What is the housing sector is going to do? If we keep on constructing the houses or the buildings like we are doing now, it will aggravate the situation for when the temperature is going to rise, your demand for the air conditioners and all these gadgets is going to go up, which are energy intensive, and you don't have electricity to deal with this. Then what is going to happen? So your building codes have to change accordingly as the climate is changing, as the weather changes are calling for. I'm just trying to add wherever I can find some space, because these presentations are very comprehensive. So I really have difficulty in doing it. So third, another issue, part of agriculture is your fishery. What is the situation of fisheries? If you compare it, the fishery situation in 1960s and now today, availability of the good fish stock near the harbors in Pakistan, and which was like the nice salmon fish used to be available at a very close proximity. Now you ask the fishermen today that how much time and how much investment in the vessels they have to make to catch a fish. They are becoming more time intensive, more investment intensive, and still they are not able to catch enough for their survival. So if it is this availability of fish is going to go up, what are your fishermen are going to do? Then again, they are going to move towards new livelihood possibilities. So where those possibilities are we doing anything to provide that information or help to those who are displaced from different previous occupations to move to or train them for the new occupations? So far, I have no idea about it. Now, the next thing is if ground pollution, which was mentioned by Ali Toki Sheikh Saab, is if you look at the situation in Lahore, what is happening in Lahore? It is not just our own doing which is causing this problem, it is a transboundary issue also. How are we going to deal with this? That is very critical now, that you cannot travel. It is disturbing the livelihood in Lahore, and now the Lahore is number one in terms of pollution, in terms of fog and all that, ranked number one in the world. Do we want that? That our cities are ranked number one in terms of pollution, bad things, not in terms of good things, which really we should be focusing on. The next thing is our forest. What is this forest cover enough for our future survival? And it is not just a forest cover, it is the type of the trees we are growing. If you're growing like eucalyptus only, very water intensive crop, very water intensive. In a country where we have water scarcity issue, what are we going to do? Yes, the rate of return on that is high. It is a short term, you can grow it in about 3 to 5 years, and you can sell it in the market for the market. But and it is also soil degrading. So not only what we have to do is to do the impact on reducing the soil, which is causing because of the climate change, like whatever we are doing as a solution, is it creating probably aggravating the problem further, or is just solving the problem? That is a very important thing which we really have to think about very, very carefully. That what are the solutions we are recommending and how far those solutions are friendly to climate and can help you to deal with this climate related issue. Now, the Ali Toki Shah was mentioning that about the ministerial level EPAs and all that. If you remember, the environmental ministry, even if it was at the federal level, in terms of resource allocation, it was at the bottom. It was the last one. Even those resources were just allocated and what how much. There was no importance of environmental issues at all until the climate change phenomenon comes in, and it brings the attention of the people and the government that yes, it is a critical issue and it is an international issue and there are vulnerabilities and there are other concerns also, and that makes it the Environment Department of Environment, Ministry of Environment very important all of a sudden. And then again, we keep the ministry, we create a Ministry of Climate Change at the federal level and give the Ministry of Environment to the local level. In some sense, it is right because the environmental issues they need to be addressed at the local level also. Unless there is some local support, you cannot deal them very effectively. But at the federal level, like climate change was kept at the federal level because of the international negotiations and all that. But the impact was also felt at the provincial level. So why not at the provincial level also, so that the information from the provinces can feed into the at the federal level and make our policies for the climate change more effective. And as I think one thing you mentioned about stunting. One study they conducted at Mile that showed a sample was taken that the children living near the brick lanes And there is a radius of international studies which says about the radius of 3 miles around that brick lanes. The children living within that 3 miles and children living outside those 3 miles, their mental capability, mental health was severely affected. And their performance at school of those children who were living near the brick lanes was affected as compared to those children who were living far away from those brick lanes. So the evidence is there. Even for Pakistan, we have the evidence that it is happening. And so what kind of future generation, as Aisha was mentioning, what kind of future generation we can expect? That unless we do something about the control, and maybe for the brick lanes, there is a technology which is available which can reduce the pollution a lot. Maybe we should do that also. Last thing I would like to say is about the energy. Energy issue definitely related to everything. And in all the climate change, in all the dimensions of the climate change, how far, what is the percentage of, when did we create this alternative energy board? No, it's not older than that. Yeah. They were supposed to be promoting these alternative sources, solar and wind and energy. And still you see in the total, what is the composition? What is the share of the alternative, the solar or wind in the total energy supply? Nuclear has also, nuclear has picked up a little bit, but it's also criticized also. But if it is controlled and protected very well, then it does not create those problems which the furnace or the hydel or these other thermal power generation causes, and that can be controlled also. Like how much we have the wind is specific, space specific, because you need certain speed of the wind to create that electricity, but solar is everywhere. And I think these rising electricity tariff will, I think, encourage the investments in the solar energy panels, which have become very, very expensive. So the people are going to do that. So that is all I want to say, that this climate change, look anywhere, any part of your life, is there. In fact, its impact is there, and you have to deal with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hannah. And I totally agree with you that we don't know how much our system is prepared to tackle the impact of climate change. And also we need to debate and think about the solutions which we are recommending, whether they are climate friendly or not. We need to make our information system about different climate related issues more comprehensive and inform the people at right time to make informed decisions. So do we have time for question and answer session? 2, 3 questions. Okay, so
Thank you very much.
Okay, let me start with the question answer session. My name is Akhtar Maksud and I teach economics here. With due respect to all the 3 presenters and acknowledging their extreme level of competence, I would like to be a little provocative. And I'm sorry about that. Should I say thank you for your doomsday scenario? You have presented a doomsday scenario, all 3 of you. And Matthews, about 2 centuries ago, also presented a doomsday scenario, and we utterly failed. So why should we accept your doomsday scenario? This is point number 1. Let me continue, please, and then you can answer. The second concern, in the 1960s, when Pakistan opted for mechanization in agriculture. Everybody was saying that agriculture labor will be displaced and there will be unemployment. Quite contrary to that, mechanization introduced lots of non-farm activities. And the workers which were displaced from agriculture are now hired in those non-farm activities. I can give so many examples for that also. So I would like to ask you, what is your take on it?
Can you just?
The third one is also there. And it is
डॉक्टर साहब ने आपको रोका हुआ कि जवाब दे के जाए
and the third one is even more provocative. And I would like to take an evasive action upfront. We all know about the challenges which you have said. I don't know whether any one of us sitting here in this room is not familiar with what you have said. Starting from the glacier melting to rising of sea and etc., etc. This is all well known to us. What are your specific recommendations? What should we do? Should we kill ourselves before time?
No. Yes.
No, that's it.
मुझे जाना हाँ जी डॉक्टर साहब वेरी गुड excellent intervention. अच्छा what saved us from all this? Malthus prediction से किस चीज ने save?
Technological development.
Technological development.
हाँ जी तो आप इंसान से आप क्यों पहुंचता है कि ये हो जाएगा? Let's believe in ourselves. Let's believe in ourselves. We will improve ourselves. We will develop technological development. We will confront these challenges and we will be successful.
That is
the final.
That is the thing.
So don't be worried about
it. आपका farmers की जो बात है, farmers की mechanization helped us. It did not lead to displacement of the workers.
That is what I'm
and
saying.
here we're talking about the information technology and everything. I did mention that, not in detail because it was not my session. But technology is going to definitely help us. When we're talking about the changing the building code, what is it? Technological changes in the building. How do we build the buildings? Not that much glass in there, because going to heat, increase the heat. You have to have heat resistant buildings, your home, so that you don't need the AC when the temperature is rising. So all these are technological information, providing the information to these extension workers is also important, and that is also information based, technology based. All these things are going to help. The technology is going to help us, and then definitely, are we doing to develop anything to develop those technologies? That is my question to you, and with that,
yes, we are.
वैसे ये कह जाता कि हम 50 साल से दोस्त हैं और ये हमारी बेस है एजुकेशन में तालीम में चलती रहती है और आप लर्न करें इससे it's a good thing to learn and to understand and solve the problem.
all the ideas at that time, if they are here, they will all do the same thing.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rehana. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, जी सर आप जवाब देना चाहेंगे?
Thank you, sir, for this excellent set of 3 questions.
Yes.
2 are very difficult ones. I'll leave them for Aisha. One is relatively easy for me because I shared with you that we don't necessarily need to draw a bleak picture. And I hope I have not committed that sin. I fully agree with you. And I want to illustrate your point further, and I want to do it particularly because there are quite a few younger people here, and it's a responsibility to make sure that they get a sense of direction. And the 4 points that I made, I just add a sentence on each. When I say that our environmental policies were rooted in the dictatorial period, it's an opportunity to democratize them. When I say that we focused primarily on brown environment issues and did not succeed quite well on them either, we know that very well.
It's an opportunity for us to reprioritize and invest on our ecosystems, halt and reverse their degradation. When I say that our cities will become more congested and discriminate against the poor, it's an opportunity for us to think about our cities anew. And you're absolutely right. I want to say that any city that has 1 million or more should be a 15-minute city. And I'm using the term for you to Google and find out, which means that 6 or 7 services should be within 15 minutes walking time period. Our cities are mostly for motorists, and we subsidize motorists. And people like me who are getting older and will need a stick and a bench or a park or a graveyard, or need to walk to schools with our grandchildren, we need that 7 services. And one of them is public transportation, health, hospitals, education, commercial area, cultural area like cinema or theater or whatever, mosque or whatever. So not just mosque and not just concrete, parking spaces and green spaces. I want to give 2 more points. Agriculture, but let me first talk water. I don't agree with anyone who says that Pakistan is a water scarce country. Pakistan has more per capita water than India. It has more per capita water than Iran, than Afghanistan, than China, and if you want to check it, more than Germany. You can say that we are the most water inefficient country. We waste 50% of our water in the transportation of water. And we are willing to construct a $14 billion reservoir, but not willing to add 1 rupee of abhyana to a farmer. So our water problem is not scarcity of water, but it's water justice. Agriculture. A progressive or a farmer in Pakistan produces 4 times more than ordinary farmer, which means ordinary farmer, if adopts progressive practices, our yield or food security, not necessarily food security, but yield can increase 4 times. And an Indian farmer produces more, twice more than Pakistani progressive farmer. East Punjab, Haryana and Punjab, both states, which means that our progressive farmer can double their productivity. Now, I want to take you 2 steps further, just to tell you how much space is. And sir, thank you for raising this question. This is at the heart of our optimism and future direction, course of action. In Mexico and in Egypt, 2 comparable agricultural economies, their productivity is at least, for most crops that we are talking about, twice as much as Indian Punjab. And if I take same wheat to Canada, it will be 8 times more than Egypt and Mexico. Look at the distance we can cover, but more yield will not necessarily give you food security. That's a separate question. Food security is not a function of productivity. It's a function of justice. I waste more than 28-30% food between market and my refrigerator. Another 20% between dining table and refrigerator. And a farmer wastes 30% its grain before reaching the marketplace. So more than half of the food produced never becomes a commodity. I don't want to get into detail, but I wanted to reinforce what you said. I just want to make 2 points. Please allow me to, because you have spoken my heart. We are hostage to interest groups. Now, I heard from Mr. Aisha, excellent point, that fortunately, government of Pakistan is committed that will go 60% hydropower. Now, the data is that the solar power produced costs between 2, 3, and 4 cents. And hydropower in Pakistan produced costs between 12, 16, and 18 cents. Hydropower does not have the business case. It's only a history that hydropower is better. I can contest and challenge anyone. Give me an economic reason to have hydropower in presence of solar that has become as much cheaper. I want to tell you why, because you should understand as young students, hydropower will require $2, $3, $4, $600 million and 3, 4, 5, 6 years for the dam or reservoir to complete for 50 or 70 megawatt. For 50 or 70 megawatt solar power plant will require $40 or $50 million and less than 6 months to become operational. In fact, people like you and me can have solar on our rooftops and get off-grid for most of our energy consumption. The world has changed, our policymaker has not. I've taken too much time, but it's a passion that you raise. My submission is to younger people in particular. Climate change is an opportunity. Western countries have responded by transforming their economies. Look how they changed on everything. They abandoned coal. They benefited from coal for two centuries or more. They abandoned all other fossil fuels and so on and so forth. And now they are selling their expertise to developing countries like ours. So if we look at each challenge of climate, what we call threat, you'll see there's a business or economic opportunity for this country. This is not to say this is good for planet. This is to say that while we try to reduce our emissions and try to increase our preparedness from 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees, we need to do things proactively than having a begging brawl or increasing debt to make investment. So we need to revisit our policies, and that's possible only if we align our demographic or population policy with development policy and climate change. Triangle, as I mentioned in the beginning. Thank you very much.
I would just like to say that yes, I am guilty of the sin of presenting a very grim scenario, but I do believe that is true because this is not just me. 200 countries in the world have reached this consensus that climate change poses an existential threat to the planet Earth and to all living systems, of which Pakistan also happens to be a country. So we have to look at it in this context, that under the present pledges, why are we having climate conferences? Why is the world convening and trying to reach agreement? Is because they see that this threat is a universal threat. So under the present scenario, we have 2.9 billion tons of carbon dioxide that we say will be reduced, whereas what we need is something between 25 and 28 gigatons of CO2 equivalent to ensure that the planetary climatic regime is not thrown into turmoil. And these are not imaginary scenarios we are painting. You are seeing freak events, extreme events, wildfires, storms, hurricanes everywhere. And they're happening much before time. So what we do know is that we do not even fully understand how nature responds to these acceleration of emissions in the atmosphere. Because some of these things that have happened in Northern America, in Turkey, in Greece, in Rio, have happened 30 years before they were anticipated. So it is a real threat. It is no one's imagination. The second thing is that we need to look inward and we need to see where do we stand and what coping capacities do we have. So taking up specific sectors like farming, etc., yes, but have we produced any new seeds? Have we engaged in any new research that we can say are heat resistant, fast growing? And economies now have shifted to digital economies, and technological advancement is such that you can't compare it to what happened 50 years ago. So you were asking, for solutions. Solutions are that we need to see what were we doing in 1960 that countries like, South Korea came to Pakistan to study us as a model of development. And they took back things that we were doing and see where they are today. Look at countries like China, who got independence 2 years after us, and look at how they have managed their domestic and other policies to be where they stand today. So a lot depends on the choices the people and the government make to plot their own trajectory. A couple of years ago, the World Bank came out with this report about middle income country for Pakistan, painting a rosy picture like you want to see, but there are drastic shifts, they have said. Do business as usual, this is where you will land, because we have to base what we are projecting on facts. And do this, make these shifts and changes, and this can be an alternative future. So essentially, what we need to do is invest in our human capital, invest in health education, and empower the women, and improve our governance to make it more accountable and transparent. So yes, there is a positive future in which I don't say it is rosy, because I still see hardship, difficulties, and misery for the people, but they can be lessened. So what we need to do is be very realistic. This is where we stand. This is, look at your economic condition today. And if you think we are very good, standing where we are today, and we continue to do more of the same, then fine. Then, you'll have a trajectory that you are making based on an informed choice. But right now, I don't think that the focus is correct, and we need to look inward and see what is it that we need to do to make things better. Certainly things can always be better, but then you need to make a shift. And that choice rests with the people and the political leadership in Pakistan. Thank you.
More question basically,
Sir, now I would actually we are running out of.
Assalamualaikum. I have a question from Dr. Aisha. And as you mentioned earlier that you work in the mountainous regions. So my question is that what is your stance and what are the possible repercussions of the Barsha Dam on the climate and the environment of Pakistan, as it is one of the most vulnerable in terms of climatic and environmental changes in Pakistan. And I have personally witnessed the disasters and the floods of 2010. So what do you think, how can we mitigate these possible negative outcomes? Thank you.
When we talk about Gilgit-Baltistan area, it is in the forefront of climate change, because the hydrological imbalances that take place over there are going to hit those people first. And these are related to changes in precipitation patterns and in the melting rate, in the timing and flow of water. But the construction of the Dami Basa will actually not have a great impact on the ecology or environment, I think, of Gilgit-Baltistan, because the area selected for the construction of this dam, it's another thing we can have a separate debate whether, one agrees to the construction of large dams and the amount of money that goes into the construction. But the area is very sparsely populated, so it's not going to require major rehabilitation of populations. And also there is not much biodiversity in that area that will be disturbed. Of course, it would be more desirable if you have an environmental impact assessment report, which is in the public domain, so that, questions like you raised can be answered, and if there are certain mitigation measures that need to be taken, that they should be taken. But the idea behind the dam is to have a larger storage capacity for Pakistan. And as far as floods you mentioned, dams usually serve as regulating floods. So they help in actually stopping the flow of water at the velocity and arrest the damage to a certain extent. And the size of the dam is such that it will contribute to storage and to provisioning services as well as regulating services. Thank you.
Sir, now I would request you for brief concluding remarks.
Thank you very much. In fact, we don't need concluding remarks. I just wanted to highlight what I said earlier. I think around this time last year, when I first started researching a little bit on population issues and climate change for the UNFPA's report, I developed some insights showing to me that how ill-informed I was for more than 2 decades in doing my environmental work. Because in our deliberations, we never looked at the population side. And we still don't. And that inadequacy that I discovered about myself, I found that this was more or less global. In the sense that the climate change reports, for example, I checked and rechecked IPCC 3rd, 4th, and 5th reports, and recently 6th report, took climate change as a background given. They did not prioritize and mainstream this. 6th report is stunning, and they have drawn these kind of time warnings. I think Aisha is absolutely right in pointing out this is the way we have collectively read it. I don't know what would be the focus for 7th report. But I think now that I have a floor with colleagues who have spent their lifetime on those issues, I think it's an opportunity for them to engage at that level and see if the IPCC 7, or if it has already been decided, then the 8th, or a chapter or a section within 7th report should focus on human element. That's absolutely critical. And it will be easier in advocacy terms. Because usually on wrong side of the stick are the poor and the vulnerable. Usually women, usually younger people, usually low-lying areas. So with this submission, that let's see if the population demographic related community in Pakistan can up the issue in the global arena with this kind of submission. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sasha. Thank you so much. Sir, can you please?
We start our secretary session.
Yeah, ma'am. Doctor, mask. Doctor.
हमारा बस 1 घंटे का हेलो
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to commence the closing session of the 22nd Annual Population Research Conference hosted by Population Association of Pakistan in collaboration with NUST by recitation from the Holy Quran. I request Mr. Tahir Qureshi to please initiate the opening session.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر صدق الله العظيم.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request President, Population Association of Pakistan, Dr. Ghulam Muhammad Arif, to please share his closing remarks for the conference. So over to you.
Chief guest Dr. Nausheen Hamid may share the English part. Dr. Zaid Gul, Dr. Seth, my young colleague, Assalamu alaikum. I'm very pleased really to start this closing session. After 3 days of our deliberation during this conference, we are now in the closing session. And I am thankful to our chief guest and our guest of honor for giving us, being with us, and to really conclude our 3 days conference. Couple of things I would like to say in the beginning. The first is that Population Association of Pakistan has a history of holding this annual conferences for 22 years. It's our 22nd conference. Despite very limited resources and despite not being placed at any institution, really this demographic community has struggled a lot during last 2 decades to continue its tradition of holding annual conferences. This year, after a gap of almost a decade, what we have done, not new thing, we have revived the old thing of making it a research conference. This year, we called for abstracts about 1.5 months or 2 months ago. I'm really pleased to say what I said in the beginning, that more than 90 abstracts we received, and after a thorough review, we have selected 20 for presentation orally and also some poster presentations. And most of them are very young people from different universities, starting from Quetta and Karachi and Lahore, even in Bihari, and also from KP. And they are with us, stay with us, and their research was beautiful. Research was very good. And if I go through their themes, starting from maternal mortality, lady health worker role, urbanization, poverty, food security, climate change, and Dr. Zahir Gul will tell us more about this thing. And we covered many things in this one. Main summary and the other things
we will listen from our Secretary General. But one thing I say that the program of the conference was well integrated in a way that if you remember our opening session, and if you remember now the closing session, just before this closing session, last session on climate change and population, it looks that the all 3 days programs are well connected and well integrated. In our opening invited lecture by Dr. Adil Najam from Boston University, he picked up 3 things that globally there are 3 changes. First is the climate change. Second is the population change, particularly change in the age structure and the emergence of the youth world in Pakistan and many other countries of the world. And third he picked up is the COVID-19. And if you remember the last session, then our speakers, how they have linked this demographic change and population change and also the development issues with the climate change. And I think the lesson from the conference is that this population is a very multi-sectoral issue, and in addition to climate, many things are affecting population. And what we are suggesting or saying is that we need to give more prominent place to this population issue, so we can not only we are able to control our high population growth, but also we need to make some good policies for the population so that we can have a very skilled and very good our youth to get employment opportunity in Pakistan. With these remarks, I welcome our chief guest. And now we'll listen to the report of the summary, what we have done in these 3 days. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Nosheen Hamid, Parliamentary Secretary on Health, Ms. Shahida Asfar, Dr. Ghulam Arif, Dr. Ishfaq Hassan Khan, and respected audience. I know we are standing between you and lunch, and I will request you to bear with me for a few minutes as I walk you through a quick narrative on the last 3 days that we have spent together deliberating on the various issues, solutions, challenges, controversies related to population and its related disciplines. I would like to walk through a very quick overview of each day and each technical and plenary session. On day 1, the 22nd Annual Research Conference, as you all are aware, was focused on the theme of population challenges in a changing world. We had 3 sub-themes and we invited experts to talk about their perspectives on them. We hosted plenary sessions and invited technical presentations from researchers all over the country, including international researchers who are studying abroad and hail from Pakistan. I am pleased to share that you've already heard about this, and we will keep repeating this because we're very proud of this, that we received 93 abstracts from across the country and internationally. And we implemented a very rigorous selection process to select 18 abstracts for oral presentations and 13 for poster presentations, which you have been seeing and hearing over the last 3 days. Ladies and gentlemen, PAP is a unique platform where we were able to bring together leading policymakers, experts, researchers, development partners, and other stakeholders on one platform to discuss demographic implications of population growth. The conference, we are very happy to say, was inaugurated by the Honorable President of Pakistan, Dr. Arif Alvi, who delivered the inaugural address on day 1 of the conference. The Honorable President spoke at length about the importance of creating an enabling normative environment which encourages people in Pakistan to adopt principles of family planning and achieve balance or tawazun. He underscored the importance of ensuring contraceptive access within the country, particularly for long-acting and reversible contraceptive methods. And he also indicated that Pakistan will be ready to initiate in-country manufacturing of intrauterine contraceptive devices by 2022, which to date have been imported. We had our first technical session on day one, which was focused on the theme of population, universal health coverage and family planning in the context of COVID-19. The session was chaired by Dr. Atiya Inayatullah and co-chaired by Dr. Sabina Imran Durrani, Director General at the Population Wing at the Ministry of National Health Services Regulations and Coordination. We had Dr. Tawseef Ahmed as the discussant for this session. And this technical session had 5 research presentations on highly pertinent issues within this theme, ranging from maternal mortality levels, causes and risk factors, to patterns of health service utilization by women, to issues and challenges of lady health workers, to educational assortive mating and fertility, and menstrual health management in adolescent girls. These technical sessions provided us with compelling insights and nuances into the issues faced by women who are beneficiaries and who are providers. As the discussant, Dr. Tawseef Ahmed spoke of the history of research, how it has been used and how it's being used currently. He spoke of the research insights from the presentations and how it is important to also determine the operational elements of these insights, which means how can they be translated from lack of knowledge and practice to good knowledge and good practice with scale up and sustainability. Dr. Sabina Durrani mentioned some very pertinent points regarding connecting research with policies. With national and private-led programs running in the country for decades, the contraceptive prevalence rate is still stagnant, which means it is high time to go forward in building and filling this critical gap between research and policies by strengthening the link of operationalization and clarifying action items with the key persons and entities responsible for these action items. Dr. Atiya Inayatullah congratulated all the presenters and spoke of how family planning is strongly linked with women's health and national survival, and the country's need to start prioritizing family planning as an essential part of maternal and child care. We had our first plenary session following this. The plenary session focused on sharing progress on the Council of Common Interest approved plan of action. And this session was sponsored and hosted by Population Council and chaired by Dr. Zeba Sattar, with Dr. Atiya Inayatullah and Ms. Shanaz Wazir Ali present, as well as representatives from the governments of Sindh and Balochistan. And the objective was to discuss the provincial progress on the recommendations made by the Council of Common Interest. As the discussion progressed, several items were raised and deliberated upon by the panelists. One was a significant point raised by Ms. Shanaz Wazir Ali, who questioned whether something was left out of the plan or recommendations or another hidden element that impeded the ability of provinces to deliver against this plan. There were also discussions on the issues regarding cross-sectoral collaboration, which has been challenging, to say the least. This led to the thought that we need a communication and advocacy to focus on these nuances and the need to go deeper in the implementation planning of these recommendations. Dr. Atiya provided some optimism and believed that the action plan has taken a life and a vitality of its own. With the progress and reassurances of the provinces, there is some confidence in their ability to deliver more, even with the enormity of challenges that are being faced by each province. One limitation Dr. Atiya pointed out was the lack of conversation on monitoring, reporting, feedback, and evaluation, which she felt is what all provinces really need. She ended the session with 3 very pertinent questions, which she posed to the audience. And these were reflection questions. The first of which was, are services reaching women truly and honestly? And are we dealing with women with dignity and care? The second was, is contraceptive security a reality? And the third was, do all health departments, and this I think is $1 million question right here, do all health departments in all 4 provinces hold exclusive ownership of family planning? We ended the day one with this session and started day two, which had two concurrent technical sessions on the topic of social, economic, and demographic implications of high population growth. These two concurrent sessions had slightly differing thematic focuses. The first session, session 2A, was focused on the sub-themes of migration, growth, and development, with presentations ranging from role of poverty, food insecurity, and rapid population growth, estimating urbanization in Pakistan using innovative technology, impact of migration on economic well-being, and impact of women's empowerment on household food and nutrition security. The session was chaired by Dr. Nausheen Mahmood and Dr. Mohammad Zahid Siddiqui. This session yielded very fruitful insights into the social, economic, and demographic nuances of high population growth, with some very compelling statements put forth by panelists and presenters alike. Our session 2B, which was a concurrent session, had presentations ranging from the myth of missing women in the economy to the challenges and needs of women during the COVID-19 pandemic, to gender gap in education and employment and the impact of COVID-19 on the gender gap in schools. The session was chaired by Dr. Ismat Tahira and co-chaired by Dr. Salma Siddiqui. Ms. Kausar Said Khan was the discussant for this section, for this session, which was very interactive and engaging, with major conversation being on the need to involve study participants as an equal stakeholder in the research process. This leads to the idea of having more focus on participatory research methodologies. There was also a question posed by Kausar Said Khan on who are the policy makers for the researchers and how the researchers need to focus on the way their research should link up with the policy makers and policy direction and engage with the policy process with concrete action steps. Our technical session on day two was followed by the plenary session. This session was focused on the way forward for the population and housing census in Pakistan. Invited speakers included Professor Hussain Saeed from Egypt, Professor Dr. Mohammad Jalal Abbasi Shahbazi from Iran, who spoke of their experiences of conducting the digital census in Egypt and Iran respectively. These two talks were highly relevant and pertinent to the case of Pakistan due to our upcoming new census. Their presentations were followed by a talk by Dr. Mehtab Kareem, who shared his reflections on the population and housing census in Pakistan, which proved to be a very rich talk on the history of the census and the various issues and controversies that have occurred. Dr. Bakhtiar Qadirov, the country representative from UNFPA, also provided insights into the role of UNFPA in their support and development of the census and their focus on learning lessons from the experiences in Egypt and Iran. Mr. Zaidam Khan also shared his very unique perspective as a social anthropologist and discussed the problem of elite and political narratives that have been woven in and around the census. This was followed by a presentation by the chief statistician from the Pakistan Bureau of Statistics, who presented the preparatory steps and work planning of the upcoming census that will be conducted in Pakistan. Our third plenary session in the second half of day two was on social, economic, and demographic implications of high population growth, which was the second sub-theme for the conference. And this session was chaired by Dr. Ashfaq Hassan Khan. Invited speakers included Professor Dr. Gavin Jones and Professor Hussain Saeed from Egypt, who shared some high-quality data and statistics with projections and estimations for Pakistan's population growth in comparison with several countries in the region. The panelists also included Dr. Aisha Khan and Dr. Durre Nayab, who provided their own perspectives stemming from economy and demography, as well as social and community work, and emphasized the need to have a reconceptualization of the current solutions and approach towards population growth and incorporation of health concerns. Ladies and gentlemen, we ended our day two with the third plenary session, and our day three focused on the theme of opportunities and challenges for resilience to climate change, with technical presentations ranging from triggering effects of climate change in SIMS, to examining the impact of improved access to safe drinking water and sanitation on the subjective well-being of adults, to the new national narrative on the population of Pakistan. This session was co-chaired by Ms. Gohar Fatima, who is a visiting scholar from the University of Kent, who provided her commentary on the session and papers, while the session chair, Dr. Rehana Siddiqui, spoke of the specific impact of COVID-19 on climate change and environment. Another item she discussed was the importance of carrying research forward with clear actionable steps for implementation by policymakers. Our last plenary session was chaired by Dr. Tawqir and Ms. Aisha Khan as co-chair, and Dr. Rehana Siddiqui served as a panelist. The session focused on opportunities and challenges for resilience to climate change. Dr. Tawqir shared a very poignant approach to climate change and population, which is that if climate change is not incorporated in population management, then we are not actually managing or doing justice to our population. Ms. Aisha also shared several indicators and statistics regarding climate change in Pakistan, which will have wide repercussions for the entire country, along with a very comprehensive overview of the impact across various sectors and population segments. Dr. Rehana Siddiqui added her closing remarks to the session by focusing on the housing and architecture in urban areas, which has infrastructure that is not climate resilient or eco-friendly. Ladies and gentlemen, a core theme for this year's conference focused on the need for research to better look at past lessons learned, the current knowledge being contributed, and the suggestions for future work research to better framing of investigative questions. A clear recommendation consistently emerging from all discussions was that research also needs to strongly link up with policy direction, policy action, and implementation, as simply generating evidence is not enough until it is used by decision makers and implementers to build solutions. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a recap of our conference, and we are very grateful for your attendance. With that, I will hand the floor over to Dr. Ishfaq Hassan Khan for him to share his remarks on reflections on the last 3 days of the conference. I thank you very much, Dr. Ishfaq Hassan Khan, sir.
Okay. Sorry for being late, because too many things are going on at one time. And I'm the only person, so I cannot cut myself to be present all the time, but I was late by 15 minutes, so I apologize for this. Okay. I think this has been a wonderful experience and very professional meeting in population demographic dividend. The 2.5 days we have spent here, it was worth spending this time. We are all educated and refreshed ourselves on this subject. I will thank Population Association of Pakistan, PAP, for selecting or choosing NUST, and in particular, the School of Social Sciences and Humanities, to be a partner in arranging this conference. We consider this as an honor, as well as we think that this was the confidence of PAP on us that we will be able to arrange this meeting to the extent that we have done. So thank you for reposing that confidence on NUST and the School of Social Sciences and Humanities. We had also agreed that with the paper which has been presented here, after due process of refereeing, if accepted, will be published in our journal of Social Sciences and Humanities. And we were even agreed that if there is sufficient amount of paper, we will publish a special issue of the journal, and this journal is the Y category journal. So all those professors whose paper will be published will get the due credit of this publication. We all agree that the various sessions that have been arranged there had immense policy implications for Pakistan, particularly with respect to population and census in particular. I was expecting a lot of participation from the policy makers. But for 11 years, I was also sitting on that side of the table as a policy maker, and I know very well that such type of things are not very much appreciated at the policy level because they don't have time. They do all the time firefighting, so they don't have time to come and sit here and listen to the paper and policy recommendation. I think all the sessions were very wonderful, but particularly the session on census was very had very useful suggestions and recommendations from the participant here, and it could have made a lot of difference. They could have taken certain points from us, and we had people from census, the dealing with census, the experience of 40 to 50 years of experience of handling this kind of thing. So they could have benefited a lot, but like all government servants, they are busy in many other things. So this was not perhaps the priority. So, but this is the job of the Population Association of Pakistan to bring together the scholar, the researcher, policy makers within the country, outside the country. अजान दे सकते हैं, नमाजी कौन आएगा ये इनकी जिम्मेदारी नहीं है. अजान इन्होंने भरपूर दी है, ढाई दिन जो है जितने नमाजी आए हैं, ये सारे नमाजी हैं, नॉलेज के लिए तलाश में आए हैं. तो इनका भी बहुत मैं शुक्र अदा करूंगा कि बड़ी हिम्मत की बात है कि 2.5 दिन आप पार्टिसिपेट करें. इवन 5 बजे के बाद भी लोग बैठे हुए थे यहाँ पर. सो ये चूंकि स्टूडेंट है, अर्ज है इनका, और इससे जो है मैं समझता हूँ कि हमारे स्टूडेंट ने भी दे हैव बेनिफिटेड इमेंसली. वी हैड टू पोस्टपोन आवर क्लास. मेरे अपने क्लास थे, 2 क्लास जो मैंने नहीं लिए हैं उसको मेकअप करूंगा, लेकिन वो स्टूडेंट यहाँ बैठे हुए थे. उन्होंने रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि ये आप न लें तो हम ये अटेंड करेंगे, एंड दे अटेंडेड टू सेशन. सो आई एम श्योर कि उन्होंने कुछ सीखा होगा यहाँ पर. तो थैंक टू एवरीबॉडी हियर जो यहाँ पर बैठे हुए हैं कि आपने बड़ी हिम्मत दिखाई है और 2.5 दिन आपने गुजारा. आई एम श्योर कि आपने इससे बेनिफिट हासिल किया होगा. सो लेट मी थैंक फर्स्ट. अब चंद जो है शुक्रिया अदा कर दूं, मैं ज्यादा देर नहीं रहना चाहता हूँ. डायरेक्टर नस्ट का सबसे पहले शुक्रिया कि उन्होंने जो है वो हमें हेल्प किया. नस्ट के एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन उन्होंने बहुत सपोर्ट किया हमें. सो इट इज आवर ड्यूटी टू थैंक देम. इसके बाद अगर कोई डिजर्व करता है थैंक, वैसे तो बहुत सारे अननेम सोल्जर्स हैं, लेकिन डॉक्टर जाहिद सिद्दीक एंड डॉक्टर फैसल मैं इसको बिल्कुल इतनी मोहब्बत के साथ, इतनी हिम्मत के साथ रात के 8 बजे, 9 बजे, 10 बजे ये लगे रहे और उन्होंने किया. तो थैंक यू जाहिद, थैंक यू फैसल एंड योर अदर स्टाफ जो भी आपके साथ काम कर रहे थे. आई एम श्योर आई विल आल्सो एक्नॉलेज द कंट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ आवर डिप्टी डायरेक्टर एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन जिन्होंने बहुत हिम्मत दिखाई, अरेंजमेंट करते रहे, एंड ही टुक इट वेरी पर्सनली. वो बार बार आके मुझसे कहते थे कि सर ये कर दिया है, अब ये होना है, तो मैं लगा हुआ हूँ. तो ही टुक इट वेरी पर्सनली. एंड उनके जो स्टाफ हैं, हमारे एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव स्टाफ और जो हमारे इसको देख रहे हैं, ये 3 दिन से यहाँ बैठा हुआ है इसी काम के लिए. सो थैंक यू वेरी मच टू ऑल ऑफ यू. यंग स्टूडेंट का तो मैंने शुक्रिया अदा कर दिया कि उन्होंने जो वॉलंटियर किया अपने आप को एज ए मैनेजमेंट। मैं अभी आ रहा था तो 2 बच्चे बाहर खड़े थे, मैंने कहा कि अंदर चलो, कहते नहीं सर मेरी ड्यूटी यहाँ लगी हुई है। सलाम है आप लोगों को। And last and not the least, I am grateful to Dr. Lokesh Sarwar, the principal of NBS, for allowing us to hold this conference in this seminar hall. और लेक्चर हॉल भी गालिबन पता नहीं इस्तेमाल किया कि नहीं, लेकिन उन्होंने ये भी हमें कर दिया था कि अगर आप पैरेलल सेशन चलाना चाहते हैं तो वो हॉल भी है आपके पास। तो we are all grateful to Dr. Lokesh Sarwar, the principal of NBS, for giving us this hall to arrange this conference. और उनके जो स्टाफ हैं जो पुणे में वहाँ बैठते हैं, अंदर से जो मैनेज कर रहे हैं, कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं, आप सबको मेरा बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। तो थैंक यू वेरी मच कि आप सभी यहाँ दिल से तशरीफ रखते हैं। मैडम आपका भी शुक्रिया कि आप तशरीफ लाई। और ओवर टू
तो आपने तो बहुत ही बड़े साथ कॉर्पोरेट किया।
Thank you, Dr. Ashfaq. Thank you, Dr. Ashfaq, for those remarks and your sharing your gratitude. I'd like to now request Ms. Shahida Asfar, former Deputy Executive Director, UNICEF New York, and a former President for the Population Association of Pakistan, to please share her remarks. Ms. Shahida Asfar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chief Guest, honorable respected colleagues on the table, the President of Population Association of Pakistan and Executive Committee, Dr. Ashfaq Hassan Khan. I'm deeply honored to be given this opportunity to say something at this closing session. The conference has been star-studded with the presentations and discussions made by national and international renowned experts. So, crowned by the address of the President of Pakistan. So I don't think there is much for me to add to all the knowledge that has been shared, and of course all the knowledge that existed before. But I do want to thank and commend the Population Association of Pakistan for pulling together such a fantastic galaxy of star-studded cast, and what was very illuminating was the address of the President of Pakistan. It was just not a ceremonial address, it was a very substantive address in which he laid down the whole scenario of what the population program or the family planning program in Pakistan has faced or lacked or should do more about it. But what I wanted to say was that many of you would recall that Pakistan was one of the first countries in South Asia to start a family planning program. And it was the Family Planning Association of Pakistan, now renamed Rehnuma, that started it. And soon it was made the integral part of the first, I think, 5-year plan of Pakistan. So government of Pakistan took it seriously and made all the efforts. But despite all the efforts that made into it and the early inspiration and thinking and the vision of the policy makers, Pakistan's program at this point of time, as you all know, has done not as well as it should have or expected to, and it lags far behind all the or most of the countries of South Asia, including Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, India, etc. Why has this come about? And in all this, what has been highlighted through the presentations of the speakers, national and international, is the progress made by Bangladesh. I think the last presentation, Aisha Khan also brought it out very clearly. Bangladesh has stood far above the indicators of Pakistan. And the reason why, as was mentioned, we use Bangladesh because they were, as East Pakistan, part of Pakistan. And at the time when they separated from us, the population of East Pakistan was more than the population of West Pakistan. And so much so that when I was assigned to Bangladesh in the 90s as the representative of UNICEF, a leading Bangladeshi economist said to me, Pakistan separated from Bangladesh on a wrong demographic assumption. which was कि ये Bengali है और ये multiply करते रहेंगे, and then you would be outnumbered forever, and a democratic system that doesn't augur well. However, that was not to be, and Bangladesh has stood far above us in many indicators, including the population growth rate, which they've reduced drastic. So what did they happen? And I went to, was very interested, having been a a practitioner of population, but also maternal, newborn, and child health, as to what did Bangladesh do that made them so successful. And I'm, of course, there are many factors, but I would narrow it down to a very few. First of all, I think it was the Ministry of Health that took on the role and delivery of family planning at intrinsic part of its health service delivery system. It was one ministry, one secretary with two DGs, but basically an integrated system. That was very, very important. And health treated it as part of its own responsibility and not something that they were doing as a side business or whatever. Secondly, they had house-to-house distribution of contraceptives, which their women health workers did. Thirdly, as everybody knows, their ulemas played a very supportive role in this whole exercise. And of course, most fundamentally, the structural issue was that they paid their attention to education, led by NGOs in a huge manner, primary, secondary, etc. And most importantly, that led to women's empowerment, not just in their family life, but in the labor force. And for me, it was quite a pleasure to drive to office every morning and see an army of women, textile workers or garment factory workers, as they were called, marching to work, very, very focused, in shalwar kameezes. Now that was something new, because when I'd gone there in 76, they thought shalwar kameezes were Pakistani output and they won't touch it. But then in the 90s, it was part of their thing. So the women's empowerment brought about by a very strong civil society partnership with government led to a very successful outcome of Bangladesh in many sectors, including, of course, in the family planning. Now, coming to the Pakistan scenario, which the president very, very clearly, comprehensively laid out, we started very well with the slogan, "Do bache khushhal gharana, do bache hi achhe," whatever. While it was carried far and wide, I think we did a very good job. The media did, or our health workers did, in communicating it to people, because the awareness level of Pakistan people is very high in family planning. I don't know, in the 90s by now, or almost 100%. The implementation is very poor. So why? So what the president laid out, and I fully, absolutely agreed with, was that this bigger level consideration of reducing population size for economic reasons, for societal reasons, for climatic reasons, or whatever reasons, doesn't resonate with the immediate family people, especially if they don't have that level of education, which our people unfortunately don't have. What resonates with them is the immediate concerns about the health or the well-being of the people. And that is the narrative that we have not adopted in our family planning program. Now, I believe in this very strongly, because the Population Council led a project called FALA, Family Advancement for Life and well-being, which was focused on birth spacing saves lives. Now, the fact was that they didn't say control your family, reduce your size, limit your number, because people were also averse to being given a number to do bache or ya bache kam kare. वो कहते हैं अल्लाह ताला है, वो सबको देख लेते हैं. Why are you limiting us, and who are you to tell us how we need to have or not to have? Of course, son preferences and everything else that goes with it was a contributing. But Fala's whole emphasis was space your pregnancy, which not only had the effect of reducing the family size, but also improved maternal health, well-being, and had a great impact on the pregnancy outcome in terms of the infant's low birth weight was affected, and eventually that affects stunting. It was pointed out as being one of our biggest problems. So I mean, this is an experience, and when it was evaluated internationally, it showed that in the Falah districts, the contraceptive prevalence rate increased to 53.7% as opposed to 27 point something, which I've forgotten, in the non-Falah district. So there was dramatic increase in the uptake of contraceptives in the Falah district. So I'm just saying that we do have experiences in this country when we have to see what messages to be or what narrative to take. And I think this is something that I'm sure has not really been internalized by our policy makers or the people who are practicing family planning services. So that being said, so what would I like to say is that what is needed in Pakistan, I think everybody is trying to see. I think, Madam Chief Guest, because you're the Parliamentary Secretary of Health, I think it's very important that the Health Ministry and health departments take on family planning as an intrinsic part of health services and a package of basic health services. And this is something also with the Council of Common Interest has advocated or has given it as a policy directive. However, the implementation of the directives of the Council of Common Interest are not being implemented in the manner or in the speed or how they should. Now, where is the accountability of the provinces in terms of that? And that should be something that should be asked of the provinces by the Council of Common Interest. There should be a monitoring mechanism to see how much of it is being addressed. Now, of course, Sindh is an exception to the extent that they have moved forward in some direction, and maybe some other provinces have also. But how much of it they have, and what is the mechanism for making this assessment? I think I would come to the point of Population Association of Pakistan. I think the research that they have been doing for the last, I don't know, decades, when they started in 2000, and the 22 conferences have resulted in immense amount of knowledge and research findings, etc. How much of it the research has been used, I have no idea. And do they have an idea? I think your research should also now focus on assessing your research outcomes and to seeing whether anything of that has been accepted, implemented, and by whom. And how can you sort of sift out the essential elements which are relevant today, as most of them seem to be, to communicate to the policymakers. Obviously, as Dr. Ishaq Hassan Khan has said, policymakers have a lot on their plate. They don't have the time to sit through conferences. They don't have the time to read research papers. They don't have the time to follow up on what's happening. They need to be told. So who is in the best position to do it? The Population Association has a wide array of expertise within it, and it's national, and they should be pulling this together to see how much they can absolutely do in terms of this. So the accountability lies on you as well, Dr. Arif. I'm sure you're well aware, to pull your research's assessment and bring it to the attention of the policymakers and do the assessment on their behalf. So I think, to conclude, I know we are short of time. We research, and it's been going on for a long time, not just in Pakistan, but globally. So there's enough knowledge on what's to be done. So we know what the issues are, we know what's to be done, we know how to do it, but why the hell don't we do it? So I think this is something that you need to ponder about in the going. So we're very glad. I hope you will take it forward. So lastly, thank you all very much. And Nas, as always, this is the second conference you've hosted. So we are very grateful. I am saying we because I was once a part of the Population Association of Pakistan to host it, and of course to the students who have always been our greatest audience ever. And thank you very much, Dr. Arif.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Shahda Asper, for that very moving closing address. Dr. Nausheen Hamid, the Parliamentary Secretary on Health, is the chief guest for our closing session. Dr. Nausheen Hamid, Madam, over to you for your closing remarks.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dr. Arif, President, Population Association of Pakistan, Mr. Zahibul, General Secretary, Population Association of Pakistan, Mrs. Shahida Afzal, Dr. Ishaq Hassan Khan, the audience, young students, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum. I would first of all like to congratulate Pakistan Association of Pakistan on holding these 3-day deliberations on very important topics. And as they told me, it was the 22nd conference. And I think the audience, very effective audience, were present to listen to all those deliberations and these very important topics, as were mentioned, the maternal mortality rate, the urbanization, climate change, the role of lady health workers, safe drinking water, poverty, food insecurity. So all these topics, I think, were very good selection for this, because you students, you need to know all this, because these are the current challenges which Pakistan is facing. And obviously the challenges which you're facing, you all know, and I think these 2.5 days, we deliberated on them, and you must be well aware of them, that climate change is one condition which Pakistan is facing. It is amongst the 10 countries which are most affected by the climate changes. So it is no longer a future problem that will occur, it is happening now. Instead of simply thinking and talking of the mitigation steps we will do, we need to start implementing them, as this is the defining moment of our response. Climate change is already causing water scarcity, as World Bank has already predicted that 2025 will be the year of water scarcity for Pakistan. Food insecurity, inequity in resource distribution, increased natural disaster events, rising sea levels, and changing world temperatures that will most strongly impact the most vulnerable, marginalized and developing and underdeveloped communities. Then Pakistan is facing the youth bulge. We have one of the world's largest population. We are the 5th most populous country of the world. And the youth bulge between 15 to 35, that is the maximum, more than 60% population of Pakistan is amongst the youth. However, this youth power has not been fully recognized or leveraged for education, meaningful employment, and political engagement. This is the time to tap into them and build their capacity to compete with the world. Globalization is another challenge. With an ever-increasing connected world, technology, information, businesses, and people are now able to connect across the national boundaries, economies, and cultures. Our country also needs to step up in the world and play Pakistan's part in its status as a citizen of the globe. Digital revolution and digital divide. The world is now connected more than ever due to the rising communication technology. With this increase in communication technology, there is also constant new information that is generated. The authenticity of this is questionable, which is why it is our duty to ensure that we are transparent, authentic, and accurate in the information that is sent out. A challenge for digitalization in Pakistan is the digital divide, which is influenced by the gendered and socio-economic norms of the country that need to be addressed to ensure we are adequately represented in the global sphere. COVID-19 and the new normal. I think the last 2 years were very challenging for us, as we were living in a world which was unknown to us, with fears, with ever-changing situations, with lockdowns, with different restrictions. So we're facing challenges in the field of health, economy, education. And I believe Pakistan fared very well, which was recognized by the international communities, the way Pakistan government dealt with the COVID situation. We had double challenges. We had to save our economy as well as save the people from the disease. So I think the policies and especially the establishment of NCOC was a revolution in Pakistan, because it brought all the federal and provincial entities on one table. And for the past more than 1.5 years since the NCOC was established, I think there's not a single day that they have missed the meeting. So every day in the morning at 10 o'clock, the whole situation of the country is on the screen and decisions are made. This was something very new because of the evolving situation of COVID. A platform was needed because after the 18th Amendment, the education, health, all these sectors were devolved to the provinces. And we needed, because COVID virus didn't know the boundaries, it didn't know where Sindh starts, where KPK starts. So we needed an entity where all these provincial and federal and all many ministries were involved, the industries ministry, the health ministry, the education ministry, the climate change ministry, even the transport ministry, all were involved. So this was the place where all these People sat down and then they made policies for the country, which eventually proved to be successful. And we were successfully, we led the country out of this very challenging situation. So now some opportunities in key areas for moving forward include that we need to strive to protect and rehabilitate the environment we live in, a core element as head into the new normal, environmental protection and rehabilitation. Ensuring the social protection and youth development opportunities, they need to be developed to engage our youth in quality education, meaningful employment, and transparent political engagement to enable them to cooperate with the global world. And I think the present government, the Prime Minister, his vision is to ensure social protection for the people, especially those who are underprivileged, living below the poverty line. And also we have brought many new programs for the youth in Kamyab Jawan program. So the government is already focused on this, and inshallah you will see the results in the coming days. Now, making health more accessible and person-centered is a core right of the individual and a core duty of any government which we are actively working towards. And the present government is working on the primary healthcare, because previously the focus was on the tertiary healthcare and making big hospitals, but actually we need to deliver these healthcare facilities at the grassroots level. And for this, the government is focusing on the primary healthcare and universal health coverage. So inshallah, the people will benefit from these policies. Recognizing the need for resilience to shocks and challenges at community and system levels. One way forward is to actualize the role of women and recognizing the importance of equipping women and children with girls with the skills and resources to lead household and community-led resilience and response. Finally, last but not least, there is a dire need to adopt a multi-sectoral approach to tackling the agenda of population. The national narrative on population underscores the importance of ensuring that the government takes effective and tangible steps to ensure that rights are understood and citizens of Pakistan are empowered to fulfill their responsibilities to their families, communities, and the country. Key steps for the way forward are already articulated in the CCI recommendations for tackling population growth, and all provinces own these recommendations and are taking steps to realize these recommendations. However, there are discrepancies in the level of progress made, and it is critical that we move forward as a nation, aligning and synergizing our efforts to advance access to and use of life-saving family planning. The role of federal government is critical in bringing all the provinces and stakeholders together in creating a common vision, providing technical support and facilitating provinces in ensuring that CCI recommendations are contextualized and implemented simultaneously by all provinces. And I think this is the first time after a very long time that agenda of population is on the forefront. After the suo motu notice taken by the Supreme Court, I think for the past 3 years, this agenda comes up again and again, and it is owned by the highest office. The president himself owns this agenda. He chairs the federal task force meetings, and he's got a deep insight on the issues of population, as Shada was also referring. He knows where the actual problem is, and he always focuses on the unmet need and the unsafe and the unwanted pregnancies, because these are the low-hanging fruits. If you can ensure the commodities, at least is because I think about 5 million unwanted pregnancies. Around about 4 to 5, 4.5 probably. So, so these are the targets which can be easily achieved if we can just ensure. So recently we had a international donor conference in the President House, which I think was a way forward, because we need to ensure the commodities. So that was also a very good step taken by the president, and the whole event happened in the President House, which shows the ownership. So in order to fulfill all these things related to the challenges and opportunities I just mentioned, the legislators, policymakers, implementers, and programmers need the right information and evidence and implement adequate policies and systems. The role of population research cannot be emphasized enough in this regard. The Population Association of Pakistan is the sole platform in the country which has been bringing together policymakers, researchers and implementers for the last 22 years to review the evidence, share new evidence, and provide high-level recommendations to address gaps and challenges. This year, the conference shared findings from 30 research papers from all over Pakistan on key themes of the conference, including oral and poster presentations. This is admirable and underscores the need to nurture continuing scholarships on population and efforts to improve the utilization of research finding to inform critical policy reforms for the future. So it was a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for having me. Inshallah.
एक vote of thanks Ms. Sini ने देना है. If you're running out of time.
अच्छा चले 5 minutes में.
All right. I'd like to request Ms. Sini Ishfaq, Vice President of PAP, to please share a vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, Zahir. I'll just take, I think, 2-3 minutes. Because this is the time to thank all contributors who have made this 22nd annual population research conference on population challenges in a changing world a huge success. And I take the honor to do the job on behalf of President Population Association of Pakistan and the Executive Council PAP. First of all, we would like to convey our sincere thanks to our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Nosheen Hamid, Parliamentary Secretary for Health. In spite of her hectic schedule, she managed to spare precious time and honored our closing session with her presence. Shahida Appa, our former President PAP, thank you very much for gracing this pavilion. We wish to express our deep gratitude to the Honorable Dr. Arif Alvi, President of Pakistan, for gracing the inaugural session of the conference and for his impressive inaugural address. His participation in the inaugural session and Dr. Nosheen Hamid's presence in the closing session is indeed a clear manifestation of the political will, seriousness, and priority that present government attaches to the population issue as a concern of national importance. We would like to record our appreciation and gratitude to all the panelists and guest speakers for their insightful presentations and for sharing their knowledge, wisdom, and experience that led to some very stimulating discussions and enriched the proceedings. Special thanks to our international scholars, especially Dr. Adil Najam, Dr. Iqbal Shah, Dr. Hussain, Dr. Jalal, and Dr. Gavin Jones from other countries that in spite of huge time differences, they wholeheartedly participated. The distinguished participant government dignitaries, population professionals, researchers who participated in various sessions, the conference organizers thank them for sparing their time. We must thank UNFPA for graciously giving the financial support to PAP. Thanks to HANDS, FPAP, RSPN, and Pathfinder for their continued commitment to PAP and its activities. Thanks to Population Council for hosting an interactive panel discussion and sponsoring a lovely dinner. So our deep appreciation for all the diligence and hard work put in by the technical review committee members and PAP EC members for scrutiny and review of a large number of abstracts to select most relevant papers for the conference. And special thanks to whole Population Association of Pakistan's Executive Council led by President Dr. G. Arif for the hard work, technical support, guidance, and contribution for organizing this 3-day annual research conference and providing a platform to the researchers to share their studies and to distinguish speakers for the meaningful discussions on the subject. I must acknowledge the immense contribution of Mr. Tahir Qureshi, Executive Officer, PAP. We need to give a supervised by Dr. Zahir Gul, Secretary General Population Association of Pakistan, who has done a great work as the Secretary General, assisted by very efficiently Ms. Mahnoor. Thank you, Mahnoor. Taisa worked round the clock in last few weeks and has expertly handled all the organizational arrangements in a most efficient manner. So thank you, PAP team. Thank you,
PAP EC. And finally, on the behalf of Population Association of Pakistan, I wholeheartedly thank our co-host of the conference. This is already has been said that this is our second annual research conference that PAP has done in collaboration with School of Social Sciences and Humanities, S3H, NUST University. The first was in 2013. And let me acknowledge that PAP holds its partnership with NUST in very high esteem. I would like to thank in this regard Lieutenant General retired Javed Mahmood Bukhari, Rector NUST, for all administrative support from NUST team in organizing this research conference at their campus. We are also highly thankful to Dr. Ishfaq Hassan Khan, Principal School of Social Sciences and Humanities, Dr. Salma Siddiqui, Dr. Zahid HOD, Dr. Faisal Abbas, Dr. Rahman, the administrative staff of S3H, who have efficiently facilitated PAP in the whole process of preparations and throughout these 3 days of conference proceedings. NUST IT team, which includes Rao Sadullah Khan and Alim Namusa, they had made this conference a flawless and very smooth hybrid format. So thank you very much. Furthermore, STH students volunteered work with extraordinary zeal throughout this conference. Smooth and very participatory. So thank you very much, my dear children. Thank you very much, my dear students. You have made this conference a successful conference as far as participation of young learners is concerned. So thank you very much. With this, we close our.
Thank you to Sydney staff.
Gentlemen, Pakistan, Zindabad.
Thank you.